Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today is Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
Good
Trader.
morning, all.
It has been a minute since I've seen you all,
I
and
know.
no sooner did we plug in than the markets were on the move. I was wondering if it was going to be kind of a quiet, who knows what's going on kind of day, but it appears not. Stock futures were mixed earlier, but under pressure with oil moving higher, just as we were chatting to come on. So let's get straight to the news. Shai, what's going on? What has everything on the move?
All right. So the U.S. struck Iran for the fifth straight day overnight and hit a sanctioned oil tanker near the country's main export terminal as tensions between the warring sides show little signs of abating. Iran then responded to the U.S. barrage on military targets and command centers and missile sites by firing upon American bases in Kuwait and Jordan. The Jordanian government said it intercepted 8 missiles. Ukraine also on a tear. They hit another 2 large Russian-linked tankers in the Black Sea, making the total to 117 vessels hit. Strait is still effectively closed with only 4 vessel crossings in the last 24 hours. And then we had a headline this morning that said Iran tells Yemen's Houthis to close Bab el-Mandeb gateway to the Red Sea if the U.S. hits its power network. We did see crude oil spike on that, as well as gold and indices come down a little bit. It looks like most of that move has been retraced as we're talking right now. For oil traders, remember it is WTI. OPEX is today. We'll roll to you September tomorrow, but just looking at the largest call strikes, we have 79.50 is the largest call strike expiring today, and 78 is the largest put strike expiring today. So we could be a little bit pinned today just because of the options that are expiring. And moving on to copper. I'm going to get all the commodities out of the way first. Copper is up 0.75%, despite the semiconductor sell-off. We've been seeing kind of that NASDAQ weakness. We have leads to copper weakness and vice versa. So that correlation that we've seen in prior session is a little bit off today, and that's because Chile's monthly economic activity index has recorded consecutive declines this year on weakening mining activity and reduced copper output. Those numbers came out earlier today. Their structural deficit is 330,000 tons this year, and they don't think they are going to hit their 2030 goal by any stretch of the imagination. That is keeping the supply picture tight. So we did see copper rally on that. And moving over to gold really quickly, portfolio managers at Fidelity and International planned to add back their gold positions that they had cut earlier this year. They said there is a plan to go back overweight gold. The question is when. They said tactfully, there are as many headwinds as tailwinds, but I would expect it to go slightly higher by the end of the year compared to now. And he added that we should return to a full bull market in gold sometime in 2027. He said the only reason it doesn't see that is if we return to a world where governments rediscover fiscal orthodoxy and central banks really try to get inflation back down. But I don't think that's the world we're in. Moving on, we had TSMC report tonight. Strong earnings beat. That said, it wasn't enough to trigger fresh gains for the AI sector that's fueled most of this year's stock rally. As traders grapple with whether hyperscalers are building more capacity than they need. Investors are also looking for opportunities to rotate to other sectors within the AI trade that will benefit from the global build-out more than attractive prices. TSMC's American depository receipts are down 3.8% in pre-market trading. Chips also sold off overnight in Korea, bringing the Kospi down 6% with it, NASDAQ. And then there's just one more interesting note in South Korea. They are going to temporarily halt the listings of single stock leveraged ETFs to curb the market volatility after a surge in the popularity of these funds tied to Samsung and SK Hynix. The ban will remain in place until market conditions stabilize, whenever that may be. And they are also raising their minimum cash requirement for trading those to 30 million won from 10 million won, expected to be implemented August 5th. So interesting to note on that, as you know, we have a ton of those levered ETFs tied to a lot of products here as well. And then as far as data is concerned today at 8:30 a.m., we have New York Fed services activity, retail sales, initial claims, continuing claims, 10, housing market index, and pending home sales.
Yeah, a lot going on. Craig, what do you make of what we're seeing this morning? I mean, it felt like we were really going to be focused on tech and chips, this sort of sell-off in chips, but now you have, I know the market moved back, but it seems like the sort of geopolitical drums are beating louder again. What's top of mind for you?
Yeah, I mean, we've been having these geopolitical headlines all week. As Shai mentioned, 5 days in a row of strikes, and oil has had a nice bid all week. And but as you know, it's expiry week, and it's a record expiry week. 2.8 trillion of expiry comes off the board on Friday for monthly. That's another new record of exposure here, but it's in a positive gamma week. So what has the S&P done this week? Is yawned and done absolutely nothing. Because of all those supportive flows all week, it becomes so difficult for the S&P overall to move based on cross-asset and macro variables, despite the war, despite the softer than expected CPI and inflation prints, despite all the earnings we've had this week, JP Morgan better, Goldman better, banks largely better, the S&P is doing absolutely nothing. But under the hood, we're seeing massive dispersion continue because on any particular day, there's an idiosyncratic single stock or sector story that moves a name or a sector in one direction, and that needs to be balanced in the other direction because the S&P is largely pinned. Now, that supportive positioning comes off the board really starting on Friday morning, and then certainly through next week as the window of potential weakness opens. As earlier in the week, Dan Roos mentioned VIX expiry is Wednesday morning too. That'll firmly eliminate even more supportive positioning, and so that allows the markets to trade more directional in a much more correlated fashion, such that these headlines that we're getting from the macro variables, whether it's the war or the macro data, really has the ability to move equity indices more directionally. And so that's the story again this morning. And what you're seeing is the weakness overnight in chips, and in Korea has the NASDAQ underperforming, the Russell outperforming, the Dow outperforming. It's the same song and dance back and forth every single day, unfortunately. But next week, things will be a bit more directional because most of that supportive positioning, at least for a very short period of time, will be dislodged, will be at a cyclical low for the month. And so, it allows the markets to move a bit more directionally and respond to some of that macro data should it come through.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I know all of you sort of talk about it and keep everybody really focused on some of those technical aspects of the market because they really matter. But make sure you keep your eye on the macro too, because you want to be ready for whatever setup's coming. Shai, what do you make of the or let me put it this way. What's the conversation in your energy circles about what's happening in Iran? Clearly, the market keeps looking past it. And I hear two versions, which is one that there's too much complacency and that, at some point we're going to feel this hit. Maybe it won't be until the winter for us in North America where there's demand, but there's still too much complacency. And the other is that, listen, these are cards you play once, right? Closing the strait, now asking the Houthis to close another choke point. You play them once and then everyone figures out a way around it and you're further backed into a corner. I don't know. They seem opposing, but I hear both of them still. What are you hearing in the circles and the folks you talk to?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's way too much complacency. I think everybody's expecting the usual, okay, everything's fine, yet we're going on day 5 now. I think everybody kind of expected us to, call this off and say, okay, let's get back to the negotiating table. And still that hasn't happened. And of course, the longer this is prolonged, that just makes it that much harder to get those supply chains back up and running. In addition, all of the producers that had production offline in GCC states, they were getting ready to up their production again, which takes weeks, some of them months, as we talked to Abdul Aziz about that, how long that takes for some of those older wells to get back up and running. And now they had to halt plans for that again because the strait is effectively closed. And so the more times this happens, the more apprehensive they are going to be to kind of get plans together. So again, this is very long. I am surprised the Houthis haven't been a little more uppity. They've attacked a couple vessels in the Red Sea, but not what I was expecting. If they do get involved there, that would throw a whole new ringer in the market. And again, most of the length is all out of this contract. A lot of short positioning going on. That's why I think, we are seeing some of those being unwound, but by no stretch of the imagination is this market long.
Yeah. Everyone, you see the frustration in the chat. It's everyone's concerned is this going to just turn into this sort of forever war? And now we've got Ukraine and Russia sort of, it's been going on, but we're focused there again because of what we're seeing. Jim, what are you watching in terms of charts right now? What looks are we just range bound everywhere because of the flows Craig talked about, or is there anything that looks interesting today?
Well, I think Craig's right on point about the major stock index futures. The S&P just keeps bumping up against that 7,600 level. Can't really get a lot of traction above it, but can't really get too far away from it. And with the NASDAQ, same thing with that 30,000 level. We're a little bit below it, but that's kind of a key level. I know they're kind of even numbers to think about, but this is definitely, even though you could kind of sense a little bit of a bullish undertone over the last several weeks, it's still sticky. We're still in a sideways market. I think energy markets are driving everything right now. Just after that news alone, we have crude oil trading above its session VWAP. Buyers are seriously in control here, and I expect that to continue throughout the day. RBOB gasoline up over 1%. I wrote about that in the newsletter this morning. That could be concerning as well. We're 50%, more than 50% retraced back up to the highs that we saw back in June. And that, I don't know if there's an end in sight right there. So I'm kind of interested in those energy markets right now. And I think they're going to drive the narrative because no matter, at the end of the day, when we talk about what's more important, inflation or energy prices, inflation is energy prices. So bonds are, 110 handle, 110, 20, 130 seconds poised to break even lower, even though we have this, maybe the Fed's going to be sitting on their hands for the rest of the year. So it's all about energies in my mind right now.
Yeah, good point. The inflation data was a relief, but it was backward looking, right? If we start to see, pressure on energy again, that may reverse that story. Craig, TMAC Trade pointing out big Oval Office address tonight, least we forget, the president addressing the nation at 9 p.m. I think he's supposed to be talking about elections and secure voting. But who knows when the mic is hot? Anything that potentially move the market out of that, or what should we expect out of that?
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be about election interference. But as I think as Tracy mentioned yesterday, or I forget who. No, Sarah mentioned over the weekend. The internet's always open for Trump, right? The bully pulpit's always open for Trump. Yeah. He can speak about whatever he wants, whenever he wants, and decide, to move markets. And he knows how to move markets, and he knows that he is moving markets specifically. And so, if we find ourselves in a situation where there's a reason for him to announce that there's a deal imminent or Iran just called, then he will. If he feels like there's a reason for him to announce that we're going to, do even more on the way of strikes, then he will. But it seems like this announcement is about election interference. There had been some talk that he may mention that there's some evidence that China had interfered. And the reason I think that's interesting is there was a story out yesterday from the Wall Street Journal which talked about China's lack of compliance with the trade regime, basically, and that now as these Section 301 tariffs are coming to the foreground, there was an announcement for Brazil last night about 25% tariffs. That if China is seen as not abiding by the trade deal and interfering in the elections, then I feel like it would be increasingly difficult for him to not push more aggressively on the tariff front. And so, that's a potential risk that sits out there. I don't think we're going to get any indication of that this evening from him. But, as we think about the expiration of the Section 122 tariffs, which is coming in the next couple of weeks, they need to be transitioned into these Section 301 tariffs. And so a headline is coming. If it's a hawkish headline on trade and it's disruptive to the U.S.-China relationship, then that could be something that the market does, find itself focusing on, over the course of the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, we've got that summit coming up. Way to build the groundwork ahead of a successful summit is to start, throwing haymakers. But that's sort of like, I think, the style that we've become accustomed to. Interesting though, Craig, that you're pointing all this out because, it's been when you're coming up to a midterm. And there's been a lot of talk about this. The focus is all international, right? We have all this sort of international, between the policy in Iran, military, NATO. Usually you want to really bring it back domestically. So this may be the beginning of an attempt to sort of pivot and really focus domestically.
The data centers are all over the map down here. I mean, there's pitchforks and torches all over the place.
Well, and he's been speaking about New York, but Palm Beach knocked one down. And Tracy, I know you're on Substack. Yeah, Robert Bryce on Substack, for all of you, has really been doing a huge amount on data center backlash. I spoke to him about it a few weeks ago now, maybe about a month and a half ago even, and he was saying that he follows energy, and he was saying it's everywhere in the country. It's bipartisan. It's red. It's blue. There's nothing. This is not a New York issue. This is happening everywhere. And he thought it was kind of unprecedented. It wasn't even like the not in my backyard NIMBY stuff that sort of, is always around, has been around nuclear, has been around certain kinds of refining, and anytime there's kind of an industrial build out. This has got an anger connected to it that he felt like was a little bit different. Check it out if you're interested in that topic. He's been doing a lot of good work on that. But yeah, you're right, Jim. This is that an issue for it seems like the AI trade has been kind of ignoring it and just worried about over capex, but do those things coincide, Craig, you think?
I think so. I think that's starting to filter in a little bit to the narrative here. I mean, Trump obviously had an angry tweet yesterday, towards the governor of New York for some of these ideas, but he has gone all in on the AI story. He is determining it as kind of national strategic interest. We have to win. We have to spend. It's good for America. It's good for jobs. It's good for everything. And it's really runs counter to the polling data, the narrative, the on the ground reality that most Americans are against data center development, certainly in their own backyard. So it's a real dichotomy here. It obviously powers the stock market, which is his scorecard. And so we continue to widen the divergence here between what the president wants and believes is working for him and what is working for the average American. Now, I would say that every race that Trump has endorsed, he has won, right, in the primary season. And so he has a bit of confidence that what he is doing is the correct strategy. So I don't think we are going to see many moves away from this mentality. He believes that he is the advice that whatever advice he's taking or getting is what he's using, and he's going to go all systems go here, which makes it very difficult to see him really tolerate a stock market decline should one occur, because that would be kind of the end for everything, right? If the stock market isn't up and to the right every single day between now and the election, then the thing that he is standing on and hoping for to achieve Republican success in the midterms would be gone. So it kind of creates this bizarre dynamic here where he needs and wants to keep the stock market afloat for the next 4 months.
Hard to fight that trend, one would say. So it's the counter to all the risk that a lot of experienced traders talk about. And then you've got on the other side of that, a U.S. government that seems to want the market to go up. Lot of questions. You guys are having some interesting trade ideas in the chat, and everybody's watching them. I think it's worth mentioning, Jim. We have another arena competition coming up, don't we?
Yes, we do. This is Monday. It's coming up. You could still sign up for it. We'll put a chat link in the chat. This is a three-way showdown here for some featured traders. We've got Selma, Lumi, and Tanya trades going neck to neck, and they'll be trading live for a couple hours with us Monday. So if you get a chance, $5,000 in cash prizes for the top 20 folks.
Let's go. 5K sounds pretty good. It's going to go a long way if you are paying attention to the latest trend. Did you guys see this? Happy Meals, adult Happy Meals are making a return.
I
Did
saw
you catch
that
this, Jai? I know
morning.
you. I know you like these stories too, because of inflation. I'll take a burger, fries, and a cocktail.
Are you talking about
at a discount.
McDonald's?
No, it's bars are trying to lure in people who are kind of, a little stressed out about the cost of going out, and so it's adult Happy Meals, Jim.
Ah, okay. Oh, that's a regular for me, so it doesn't matter.
Well, you're like, in the Carolinas, they're nice about that. In New York, man, it's a little tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, burger, fries, and a cocktail for like the bargain price of $30 or something, which is usually the price of a cocktail. So.
Yeah, no, I guess it's a regional thing. I mean, I went to 2 World Cups after work yesterday, and the day before, and the local bars they still do their happy hours, they still do their regular things, but it's the price differential is way different.
Yeah, I don't know what Naples is like. I'm living in the wrong zip code, clearly. But we do have retail sales coming out. Shai going to give us some kind of clue about the consumer?
So, we should. Retail sales are expected to come in much softer than prior. So, we will see. I mean, the consumer has been holding up. We've had good numbers up until now. So, this is going to be an important number.
It certainly is. Remember, everybody, too, the Discord. NinjaTrader Live Discord is launching, so the conversation can continue. Anthony and AJ from Lucid are going to be live next Tuesday doing a Q&A, and I hear they're going to be giving away some good stuff. So
Good stuff.
Yeah, giveaway alert, swag alert. I don't know if I think you just tune in. I don't know that you need to, but somebody will put it in the chat. But
you have to sign up for the Discord, and then you can get in. Yeah.
And then you can get in. Awesome. Phil, it is going to be awesome. He says the Discord's going to be awesome. We agree. I think it will be too. Last thoughts before we get to data, Craig. What chart are you going to be most focused on today?
The bond market remains much weaker than I would have thought after a pretty soft CPI print, a pretty soft PPI print yield, particularly at the long end. Excuse me. Yields are still up for the week. I mean, we're basically back close to the highs here. The 30-year yields approaching 5.12% again, into this 8:30 data. And what you're seeing is a market that is, not maybe isn't as concerned about the Fed raising rates after a softer than expected inflation print, but the supply story continues to dwarf, to dwarf here, and both on the AI capex story and on the deficit spending globally. And so we've seen pressure in JGBs, pressure in bond yields, pressure across the board in European fixed income markets, and we're seeing, a continued grind higher in yields at the long end in the U.S., despite the fact that, the inflation data came in a little bit better than expected here. So to the extent that we actually got a stronger retail sales print today, obviously we're looking for a deceleration because of lower gasoline prices in the headline data. But if the core data comes in pretty strong, another strong data point for the consumer, you could see 30-year yields here break out to new highs, into some supply next week. We get 20-year auction next week, and then we get more supply to end the month. So, that's a market, as we've been talking about all week. Higher long end yields, should provide some more equity headwind, particularly over the course of the next couple of weeks of the quarter, when that supportive positioning that I mentioned earlier comes off the board.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's dig into some charts. It's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, let's start with crude oil. I got an intraday chart up on the screen right now, 10-minute chart. We're about 46% of our 34 day average range so far. And you can see, the news is driving this thing right now. We were below session VWAP for most of the evening and morning. And then, boom, we caught a pretty big pop up above. Tried to retest it. That retracement failed. Buyers are back in charge here, and we are making almost all new highs on the session. I mean, the session highs right now are at 80.60, but that 46% range right now tells us we got room to grow here if things don't kind of cool down a little bit. We have that previous session's high at 80.93. That's going to be a target for a lot of traders, and it's closely followed by that 0 DTE call resistance at 81. Above that, we do have R1 at 81.38, and then the targets above there are few and far between, but they're there. A blind spot one from Mentor Q at 82.10. So we have some really nice targets on the upside. Right now, it does look like buyers are in charge of this market. My commodity channel index is very, very positive right now, pretty strong. So keep an eye on that. If things do retrace, you got to look at the VWAP. I have a one standard deviation band around that session VWAP right now. We're trading well above that first upper standard deviation band, which is above the JAX 1 at 80. So $80 is also going to be a key today if we get any kind of retracement down. But look at this. We're just still growing as I'm talking out loud. So this is looking super bullish right now, folks. I'm looking for places to get long. Let's shoot over to gold real quick. Let me populate my gold intraday chart. Gold's doing the opposite, and actually we'll start with the daily chart really quickly here. We've been talking about, is this a good bottom or not? And just look at the trend. I mean, really nice trend line, sloping downward, just tapping the top of these daily candles. We still have the lows that potentially could be taken out. This is a calendar year low at 39.55, and then that October 2025 swing low is at 39.01. Gold is again, I'm not ready to hit the buy button. I'm looking for places to sell gold right now. Now, interestingly enough, our RSI is kind of sideways at 40, right? It's snaking sideways. There's not a huge momentum either way. So we are kind of range bound, kind of. But again, if we start getting candle closes below that 40.06 level, that's going to be even more bearish. Intraday, we've kind of lost VWAP in the rearview mirror right after that session, the Asian session. We just broke out to the downside. This is why I love looking at this at the Asian initial balance. Turned out to be a good trade, and we really never looked back, right? We kind of broke down. We have a small case B distribution today. B as in boy. Point of control is decent, but we're kind of losing that right now. 40.37 is the point of control. Again, we tried to close above the session VWAP. We couldn't. And now we're kind of pretty weak right here on gold. JAX 2, we tested it a couple times. We're getting buyers every time we dip into this JAX 2 level here. That's at 40.25, but we have 3 red candles in a row right now. If we make another lower low here, that could be, bombs away. We have that one-day min at 40.22. We wick through it once, possibly could wick through it again. This is the most important level, that 0 DTE put support and the put support and the psychological level at 4,000 right there. Below that, we do have an S2 target at 39.94. So this is looking bearish right now. Again, the key is going to be the session VWAP. As long as we're trading below it, sellers are in charge in my mind, and keep an eye on that lower first standard deviation band of the session VWAP, and we'll see if we kind of start closing below that. Then you got to start thinking about the second standard deviation band on the VWAP. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Jim. Welcome back, everybody. We've got a couple of economic data points we're waiting for. Jobless claims and retail sales. Shai's going to jump and shout when they come out. Any feeling on which one, will they be market moving, and any feeling on which one's going to be more dominant? I guess retail sales, based on what you just said, Craig?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the fact that initial jobless claims for the umpteenth consecutive week are not going to be a market mover for us. But we'll see. You never know. But yeah, look, the retail sales. I think there's a little bit of a growing angst about the strength of the consumer. Certainly anecdotally hearing more stories about even middle and upper middle class cohorts that are becoming a little bit more strained. Shai and I were just talking about a story where, use of credit card points to pay for everyday goods. I noticed yesterday the TSA checkpoints are now running back negative year over year, which is surprising given the World Cup and given all the travel that's been going on here. To see TSA checkpoints now running down 1% year over year is a little bit concerning. And so, this retail sales report should be okay because gasoline prices fell in the month. And so you kind of get some of that money that rotates out of gasoline into other areas. And so the real retail sales numbers are likely to be strong. And so if they don't come in strong, that concern about the strength of the consumer may start to dissipate a little bit.
Yeah, there were some stories that even for overall, that first of all, TSA tracking is an awesome way to get a gauge on that. But there was some talk that if it wasn't for the World Cup, that we would be seeing a lot more weakness, that they've kind of masked and really held up restaurants and bars and a lot of the activity.
So
all the folks that you were with, Jim, last night.
Retail sales came in line 0.2%. Initial jobless claims, shocker, 208,000. We've been in the, anywhere between 200,000 and 217,000 for weeks. So a little bit lower than prior. Continuing claims at 1.805 million, a little bit softer than prior.
Jim, any reaction, or are we just holding?
Yeah, yawn. Everyone's yawning.
It's a
Not
yawn.
happening.
Awesome stuff. All right. Thank you, panel. We will see you, Jim and Craig, in the chat. Let's take a look at the rest of the lineup before we get to our guest, who is going to be Michael Brown. He'll be joining us in just a moment. Pax is here for Tape Talk. Yes, it's not Friday, but Pax is here. Jump in the chat if you have any questions you want to throw his way. Trade the Open is with Jack and Stowe. Midday Markets will be with Salma and Leo. Trade the Close is Nick for a Tick, Chris and XY, and join us at 4 p.m. to develop your edge with Nick. I know a lot of you have been loving those sessions, so make sure you set a reminder for that. Okay, let's welcome in our guest, Michael Brown, right now. Michael, it's wonderful to see you.
Hello, guys. Good afternoon. How you doing?
We're doing well. How are you, Michael? Sorry.
Very well. Very well.
Condolences about the World Cup loss.
Yeah, I was very depressed when I was watching that last night, and slightly depressed again when I woke up this morning. But such is life. We'll try again in 4 years' time, and I'm now a Spain supporter for the weekend.
Yes, I had a feeling that there's been some quick scrambling of alliances, and I know everyone's getting their frustrations out on the coaching. So a little bit of that will still continue, I think. But so what's top of mind for you? I've been sort of a little bit running around at events and stuff, and out of pocket. But what are you most focused on right now in terms of markets? Where's your attention?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess the most interesting thing for me at the moment is arguably the lack of any general kind of interest and volatility that we see outside of the commodity space. Obviously, we've had this big rally in crude over the last few days or so as things start to heat up again in the Middle East. But if you look outside of that, markets are very much taking this latest escalation in their stride, which I find interesting because on the one hand, you could argue that actually we've kind of seen this before. It's Trump trying to escalate a situation to then de-escalate it again to try and gain negotiating leverage in talks that may or may not happen at some point in the future. Or on the other hand, you could argue that maybe the market is a little bit complacent and actually, you look at the S&P trading pretty much at all-time highs, no real haven demand coming in anywhere. Is the market actually underpricing the risks that we get kind of bogged down for 3 or 4 weeks with kinetic action going on, the Strait of Hormuz closed, and of course, it's very different to the last time the Strait of Hormuz was closed because this time around we've drawn down on our reserves, we've drawn down on our stockpiles, and the physical crude market, as Tracy will know, is in a very, much tighter place than it would have been, 3 months ago.
Absolutely. Are there any parts of the market you're worried about? Because I look at the yen and think what happens if this all, I mean, it's not looking good, right? So what happens if the carry trade unwinds? What happens? I mean, this seems like a kind of a danger zone, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I had a pound for every time someone was worried about the carry trade unwinding, I'd be sat on the beach somewhere rather than speaking to you guys now. But it's certainly a risk to be aware of. I think the one thing with that though is that there isn't really any particular reason to expect a significant bout of yen strength in my mind. You know, yes, the Ministry of Finance are trying to lean against significant depreciation in the currency, but ultimately they're running a very, very loose fiscal policy. They're tightening monetary policy at an absolutely glacial pace. And for market participants that are looking for a safe haven, the yen hasn't been a safe haven for quite some time now. The real kind of only options on that front have been either the dollar or the Swissy. So, you know, I wouldn't be expecting a significant bout of yen appreciation unless you saw the Bank of Japan, you know, suddenly have a massive change of heart and start raising rates much, much more rapidly than they are now. But I think that's a pretty low likelihood.
Michael, what's the sense of Warsh from where you're sitting? Do international investors feel like this is a Fed chairman who's serious about inflation, or do you think that no matter what he says, U.S. rates are going to be on hold or lower?
Yes, I think there is a quite a significant difference between what Chairman Warsh is saying and what he's likely to do, and I think that's probably deliberate because Warsh has faced a lot of accusations regarding credibility. Is he going to be a kind of puppet for Trump? Is he going to just do the president's bidding as soon as he becomes Fed chairman? And I think he's being very deliberate in trying to really get away from those accusations and say that no, actually, I am taking the dual mandate seriously. I am trying to restore not only his credibility, but the credibility of the institution. And I think a byproduct of doing that is actually it means that he doesn't have to raise rates, because by talking as tough as he has over the last month or two now, he has tightened financial conditions. You've seen front end rates move higher. You've seen swaps move to price one, maybe two rate hikes over the next 12 months or so. But I don't think he's actually going to have to deliver any of that policy tightening, because we are now obviously starting to see inflation beginning to roll over, although of course we've now got another spike in energy prices to account for. So I think actually if you can get through the July FOMC meeting without raising rates, which now seems pretty likely after the CPI numbers we had earlier in the week, you should actually get through to the end of the year without having to make any policy changes whatsoever. Inflation should continue to roll over. The labour market is kind of ticking along. It's not exactly blowing the doors off or setting the world alight at the moment, and I think there'll be enough as the year progresses for the Fed to just sit on their hands, I think.
And looking at yields, we have yields across everywhere right now, obviously are rising. The U.S. bond market, particularly the 10 years, what I watch because it is so correlated to crude oil, doesn't seem that those yields are coming down anytime soon to the point where the Fed would like it, or the U.S. Treasury would like it, being all of the coupon issuance that they have to roll over. So, what are your thoughts on the bond market, particularly the longer end?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult one, and you've got to kind of think back to what happened in March and in April, where a lot of fixed income traders would have got their fingers burned, particularly not only at the front end in terms of trying to fade some of the hawkish repricing that we saw, which was much more aggressive in terms of European rates than it was in terms of US rates, but also that sell-off that we saw at the long end. And I think, you look at the 10-year trading 460-ish on the screen here, the 30-year just north of 5.1%. I think it's tough to actually take a bullish position on either of those instruments over a prolonged period of time when you have such significant upside risks in terms of energy prices and the geopolitical backdrop is still so fluid. I don't think that, if we sit down in 12, 18 months time, I don't think we'll be anywhere near where we are now in terms of the long end of the curve, particularly in terms of treasuries. But you do need some clarity on the geopolitical backdrop. You do need some increased confidence in the inflation side of things, and you do need to kind of get over those scars from people being caught on the wrong side of this trade earlier in the year before the market really kind of plows into that one en masse.
Yeah, Mike, it seems like there's an awful lot to be concerned about. There's a lot of concerns that there's complacency. So where do you see opportunity right now?
Well, I think, one thing that has been remarkable is despite everything that's going on, whether that be, geopolitically, whether that be some of the churn that we've seen in the tech sector and some of the jitters around the semiconductor and memory names, certainly in recent weeks, actually the resilience of the market on the whole is very, very impressive. You look at the S&P, we are trading pretty much at contract highs as near as makes no difference. And I think actually that speaks to the degree of opportunity that is still in the market. You look at, obviously, we're coming into the start of Q2 earnings season. The banks have delivered very, very strong results indeed over the last few days. You're looking at another quarter of double-digit earnings growth for the index, a seventh straight quarter of annual earnings growth for the index. So I think it's really those sectors that have perhaps lagged the pack and been, overshadowed by some of the tech and infrastructure names that have got plenty of room to actually start catching up a little bit more.
Let's hope those are natural resource stocks.
Is there some book talking going on there by any chance?
Just saying. Are there any parts of the markets, do you think, that you're either worried about or, other parts or other countries, emerging markets that you see opportunity that may have been neglected during all this tech trade?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say we're an emerging market, but I'm certainly worried about the United Kingdom. Of course, we've got our seventh prime minister in the last 10 years, new prime minister, but the same fiscal challenges and no real plan to actually embark on any sort of fiscal consolidation that is going to get the house in order on that front. So I think, risks for not only the pound, but also for gilts are tilted quite heavily to the downside, in my view, certainly at the long end of the curve. We are going to have, for the third year running, a 3-month period between now and mid-autumn when we get the budget, whereby there is goodness only knows how much speculation around the taxes that are going to be increased in that budget, and that is just going to basically bring sort of business investment to a halt. It's going to stunt consumer spending, and it's going to do the economy absolutely no favors whatsoever when the backdrop is already very, very anemic indeed. And I think the other thing just to keep on the radar, if we stay in Europe, is you look at, well, we're now in mid-July. You mentioned natural resources. It's not going to be too long before we're talking about Europe building up their gas reserves and stockpiles into the winter. So how is that going to happen when you've got all of this LNG disruption going on with the Qataris? You've got the Strait of Hormuz, which is still essentially closed, etc., etc. Everything you kind of look at does actually bring you back to the broader theme of US outperformance or US exceptionalism. And I think the numbers that we got at the bottom of the hour a few moments ago really just helped to underscore that idea.
Yeah, it's interesting. Everyone, so many times people have been arguing that that's over, right? And that has not been a trade that's worked out for them for all the reasons you just said. Michael, are you watching Russia and Ukraine? I know some folks here, when we're talking about the geopolitical, of course you are watching it, but how concerned are you? What might be the better way to phrase it? Because people I'm talking to here, we were so fixated on what was happening with Iran, and there have been growing concerns about maybe the market being too complacent about the risks around that. Yes, it's been going on for 4 years, and it just seems like, again, one of these never-ending conflicts. But is there something that sort of escalates that in a way that could cause a market scare? And maybe the feeling from folks I'm talking to is that that's really not priced in at all. How are you viewing that conflict? Do you worry about escalation? And where would the fallout be for you?
Yeah, I've got to be honest, it's not something that I've been paying particularly close attention to in recent months, because, as you say, the Iran situation has kind of completely overtaken the narrative. And in true fashion of how markets work these days, the market became desensitized to headlines around Ukraine very, very quickly indeed, in a similar way, actually, to what we're seeing happen with regards to the Middle East at the moment. I really don't want to tempt fate or become a sort of hostage to fortune by saying this, but I do find it difficult to think about what the escalation would have to be for the market to sit up and take focus of it once and pay attention to the situation once more. That's not to diminish the human suffering which is going on, which is obviously incredibly harrowing and we should all be aware of. But from a pure sort of financial markets perspective, I really don't see that situation being a kind of left tail risk. If anything, if there was some sort of ceasefire or peace deal and the conflict conflict did come to an end, then perhaps that's actually a risk that markets can price out a little bit more. I think that's kind of the way that I would be looking at things. I'm not sure any sort of kinetic action in that specific arena is going to have a major sort of detrimental impact on risk sentiment or anything like that.
Yeah, but great point about if there were peace suddenly or some sort of resolution, that's
Yeah.
also not anticipated.
Yeah,
Interesting.
absolutely.
Well, we have about a minute left, Michael. Give us some parting words and maybe some opportunities that you're looking at in the markets.
Well, I think the first thing I would say is it feels like a lot of people have forgotten the time of year. It is mid-July. We should be experiencing kind of summer markets now. So a lot of people are saying, why are things so subdued? Why are things so quiet? Well, no one's at their desk is ultimately the reason. So, part of me goes, actually, I wouldn't expect a lot to be happening over the next kind of 6 weeks or so once we get through that final round of central bank decisions at the end of the month. But I think, in terms of a market view, I'm still very, very bullish risk. I think if we get through earnings season in decent fashion, then we're easily going to trade new all-time highs and probably continue to head higher. And I'm also very bullish on the dollar against most peers because I think the US economy, as we touched on, is going to vastly outperform its peers in developed markets.
Fantastic stuff. Michael Brown, thank you so much for being with us. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Shai, I thought he took the England loss very well.
He did, I think. Although I was listening to him earlier this morning on
He's
his
had time
podcast.
to process.
He was not as happy about that.
Great stuff. All right, Shai, thanks so much. We'll see you later and in the chat.
All right, thanks, guys.
Okay, you know what time it is? We are going to go to Pax now for Tape Talk, who's subbing in for us. Hi, Pax. How are you?
Hey, Maggie, how are you? How are you?
I'm good. This is the first time we've been on together.
That's what I told Savannah yesterday, and I didn't know whether you'd be looking forward to talking to me. Like, all right, what's going to come out of this guy's mouth now?
Who would be better to spend the time with? We love our farm, but we're so happy to see you. It's like a present a day early. Everyone was like, "Wait, is it Friday? What's happening?"
Oh, my goodness! Michael. I really always enjoyed listening to Michael Brown, and certainly always enjoyed listening to you and Tracy. So I like when Anthony's not around. I get to listen to you.
We all miss. Listen, Anthony's never far.
I know.
Espresso drinking genius is usually running around in the chat talking about what trade he's doing or popping out the newsletter, which I hope you all have signed up for.
I've
right?
been talking to that guy, Maggie, since he was 18 years old. Since he was a skinny Jim Cagnina knows what I was going to say. I can't say it on YouTube.
Everyone said you were going to behave today.
I am.
We'll see how long that lasts.
I'm on good behavior for Maggie Lake. Yes,
all right,
you guys all. Let me just reiterate what Maggie's saying. If you guys have not signed up for the newsletter, I don't know what you're reading in the morning. It's great prep. It really is great prep. Jimmy and Anthony and Tracy's just contributions to it are just, it's the best out there, and it's free.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's a must read in the morning. And we're all time pressed, right? You got to get a good handle on everything as quickly as you can.
Yes.
And that includes both the sort of, macro and top, and also a lot of the flows and what's happening under the hood that Craig was just talking about earlier, which you guys are also great about keeping everybody informed on. So if we look under the hood, what are you looking at today, Pax? What's top of mind for you?
Bonds. I'm looking at the bonds, and I'm looking at gold. Crude has already made its move. Crude is above some. Oh, let me fix my domes. Crude is above some very big levels. I talked about them on Sunday night, and I reposted the clip Tuesday, I think. But so right now it's. Let me pull up a gold chart. Right now, it's all about gold. Gold's quarterly pivot, old quarterly pivot, or gold's major level down here is going to be, we've got old lows down here, but the low of the week is 33.92. So I'm looking at gold at big level for me is 33. Come on, load. A big level for me in gold is going to be 39.83. So underneath 39.83, Maggie, then we have recent lows that we're looking at. Boo, I don't know where my gold. Oh, I got to fix it. So 39.83, and then underneath 39.83, gold's got some room to run on the downside. So, I mean, it's another $100 pretty quickly. So underneath 39.83, the gold will just fall apart. Now, I'm going to leave the equities up because I'm going to talk about them in a second. And the 30-year bond. So the bonds have sold off again. They can't hold a rally. Everyone was talking about how, hikes are off for this month, and I'm sure that they are. You got to look at the short term or look at the CME Fed Watch tools, but they're sure not giving President Trump what he wants. The 30-year bond cannot hold a bid. Every time that the market tries to get up and rally off the CPI or PPI numbers, the cold numbers that came out this week, it just can't. The bids are sold. And that should be concerning for anybody looking at rates long term. Nobody wants to tie up money for 30 years, even at these levels. Not yet. I think it's getting pretty close to where you want to continue to sell these bonds and then continue to roll some money into longer term notes. In a very uncertain world, everything is uncertain. Now, I don't know. I'm guessing the headline overnight, on what's going on in Iran is just getting worse with gold extending the break, crude extending the rally, and bonds selling off again. This is a scary time, and it's an uncertain time. And these equity markets are in the middle of summer markets. We're not doing anything. It's not easy to trade. And if it's not easy to trade, Maggie, I tweeted out the other day, hardest thing for traders to do is to do nothing. It's so difficult. It seems so counterintuitive to what most people think a long-term profitable trading career is like, but it isn't. It's super important to be able to have the ability built into your trading process to do nothing.
Yeah. And that is hard, right? Because action feels like, we're kind of addicted to that, I think. And everybody starts the day. We see it in the chat. What are you going to do? What trader you're looking at? So I want to ask you sort of a little bit more on ranges. So gold, I just came from the Rick Rule conference. I think it was the week before last now. It's all blurring. Obviously, a lot of talk about gold. And so, there's the long-term picture, but that shorter-term picture people are concerned about. You talked about the levels you're watching. What would be the upside? What would flip if you saw some momentum to the upside that would catch your attention? Because you're looking for, it seems like you think the momentum is to the downside, but what's the top of that range you're watching?
4,100. If gold can sustain, if gold can close above 4,100, with confirmation the next day above 41.39, I'll be long. I want to long term. I own gold. I want to own more gold. I don't want to own gold at these levels. From a trading standpoint, I want to be short. The quarterly pivot, or the pivot for the Augie contract is $40.78. So I want to be short below 40.78, long above it, with confirmation above 4,100 and 41.39. And then if we can take out not this Sunday, but last Sunday's open, which I think was 41.87. If we can take out that level, then we'll trade 43.25 pretty quickly. If we can get above 43.25, then we go to 44.90, above that to 45.92. And then ultimately back to the halfway point of this entire move is going to be around 47.50, I think. I'd have to do the math. But that's going to be the dividing line. It was 48.60. Now it's, with the low being expanded below 4,100, it's going to be more like 4,700. I got to do the math. I'll tweet it out. But those are the levels on the upside. With the war in full swing, or full swing, half swing, whatever kind of swing it is, but with the war going on, gold is going to be under pressure for a little bit of time, and that's just the way it is. And I don't pay much attention to the dollar, although I should. But with gold's, weak-ish, at least for the session, I would imagine that the dollar's bid a bit.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just looking at the chat, and somebody made a comment before that I wanted to run past you. Eric was kind of pointing out a little earlier that he said it feels like in the morning, the equity markets are sort of sensitive to oil, more sensitive than than later on. Does it feel like oil's moving things, or are these markets kind of trading on different dynamics?
No, I don't think. You mean is oil moving the indices?
Yeah, like are equities sensitive to oil? They used to be obviously earlier. Are they still, or has that dynamic faded?
I think that dynamic has faded. Crude needs to be to even at $100 a barrel. Let me look at a chart. Even at $100, even at $100 a barrel, the S&P and the Nasdaq were hanging in there and set off the lows and just kept rallying. So yeah, I remember you guys talking about it in the show, Anthony and Jimmy and you and Tracy and Craig, talking about how Anthony would point it out all the time, I believe, is that the indices are shaking off $100 gold. So if the indices were able to shake off $100 gold, I mean, not gold, crude. If the indices are able to shake off $100 crude, then certainly at $80, or they would shake it off. 67 at 67 half, 68 half, when crude was building that base last week, we were sitting in the same levels. So I think crude really needs to sustain a bid at least above 90 or 100 for it to start to drag on the indices a bit, but I don't know. I mean, we're summer markets, where the indices are in the middle of summer markets. The volume isn't little, not as light as past years, but it's it's not heavy, and the Nasdaq, depending on, I guess, your outlook, every offer, every break is bought, or every rally is sold. The Nasdaq is much weaker, obviously. I've been talking a lot about that on my Friday show and on Sundays. The Nasdaq quarterly pivot is 30,263, and the S&P is 7,508. So the Nasdaq right now is 800 points below its quarterly pivot, and the S&P is 70 points above its. So, like with that kind of divergence, it's not something that interests me to trade. It's not worth my money. It's not worth my energy. There's nothing in these indices that I want. The Nasdaq has been a better trade intraday, but there's nothing in the S&P that I want to spend any money on. Gold and crude and bonds, notes, the dollar. If you trade currencies, you've got the yen at levels that we haven't seen since the Plaza Accords. Blake pointed out the other day, and if you guys don't know what the Plaza Accord is, please go pay attention to it. Use Grok or Claude or Chat GHBT, whatever that's called. Just go use artificial intelligence to learn things. The whole thing is interesting. It's an interesting board, except for the S&P.
Yeah, you're not touching that one. So when you're looking for, you listen, you're right. It is the summer, but sometimes things happen in the summer too, right? That's why you can do nothing, but you've got to sort of stay plugged in, because we've had some serious blow-ups, including around the carry trade a couple of years ago.
Oh, that was great. That was I was at Lollapalooza with my wife and daughters. It was like August 3rd or August 4th, and I was short. It was I did a Twitter Spaces from Lollapalooza.
Amazing. Oh, yeah. Only you, Pax, would be able to do that.
Oh my goodness. I can't stand Lollapalooza anymore. But I don't know any of the bands. But anyway, it was that there will be we will be busy later on this summer. It just there are so many things that can and will happen that's going to push us out of in the indices. It's going to push us out of these ranges. Right now, it's not about the S&P. It's really not about the Nasdaq either. It's about the capital flows, the cross asset capital flows. That's what it's about. It's about the bonds. It's about gold. It's about not even silver, but it's about gold. It's about bonds, and it's about the energies. And that's that. All of them. This is something that was very difficult for me to learn as a young trader, but it goes into not being involved in the market. you can see the NASDAQ move and the S&P sit, or you can see the bonds move, and you know that that's going to have an effect on the S&P. Then gold and crude and all of this stuff we're talking about, we know that's going to affect the S&P, but it's not about the S&P right now. So the S&P sits, and the other markets continue to move. So you just have to be vigilant and alert, and wait for the S&P or the NASDAQ to wait for the story to end in the bonds and crude, and let that story then to take shape in the S&P and the NASDAQ. And then you can take action. In the meanwhile, it's about these other markets. So when it's about these other markets, then you just sit and wait and just be, sober and alert, as, that Bible passage goes. You don't have to be involved in the market all the time, and I know with the new version of prop traders out there, it's counterintuitive. And it was counterintuitive to me too as a young guy. I thought that they wanted to be involved. Every price change was an opportunity. Still an opportunity. Every price change that you see is an opportunity to go big, go small, or not at all. Well, each price change here is an opportunity for me to go not at all.
I love it, Pax, and it's really important to sort of underscore that. You got to be patient. It's so hard, but you got to be patient and ready, but patient. Yeah. And Music City saying, as always, thank you for your invaluable advice. And we agree. A lot of experience talking there.
Oh my God, a lot of beatings. I'll always say that everything I rail against, I have done 100 times over, and probably invented some mistakes that you guys haven't even thought of. So listen to me. I do know what I'm talking about. At least when at least I know how to protect myself.
And that's the most important thing. Pax, such a pleasure to be on with you. Thank you so much. I loved it.
Thank you, Maggie. I hope to see you guys soon.
Yeah, I think we're going to do something next Friday. So I'll see you then. In the meantime, have a fantastic weekend.
Yes, you too. God bless.
All right, just to recap, everybody. Well, you just heard it. Don't feel compelled that you have to do something, but we're going to be watching the markets. It's been a little mixed. We had a little bit of a blip earlier on some headlines coming out of the Middle East, but the markets kind of recovered off of that. Our poll really split today, by the way, between bull, bear, and sideways, and the economic data out not doing much to give any clarity. It was kind of in line, both on retail and jobless claims. All right, it is time to trade the open. Let's get to it. Jack and Stowe are here. Hi, fellas. Great to see you.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Stowe is joining us from the road, I think, right?
Yes. I'm in Asbury Park, New Jersey.
Stowe, you're right down by me. Are you gigging tonight?
Yeah.
Where you playing?
It's called something. I'll look it up.
It's not the Stone Pony Summer Stage.
No. It's not the Pony, but we're right next to it. It's a brewery. It's called something Beer Works.
Oh my gosh! Anybody who is in the metro area, get yourself down there to see Stowe live. Oh my gosh, I have to do something, but maybe I'll try and make it.
I didn't know you were over here. That's cool.
Yeah.
Wild Air Beer Works.
Wild Air. Let's go. Fantastic. We'll have a great show tonight. But first, we got to get through a trading day. Jack, how you doing?
I'm doing good. New city every day for Stowe. He forgets where he's playing. Must be hard to be famous. I'm doing well.
Very hard.
I was on the road yesterday. I am back at home. Woke up to an absolute smog in Chicago due to these Canadian wildfires. I know they were talking about it in New York yesterday, but man, I normally can see the Sears Tower right out the window. Can't see any of the skyline right now in Chicago. It's pretty gross.
Oh, it's brutal. I know. I hope you're not out. I hope you're not open air tonight, Stowe, because it is just dreadful here as well. But and it feels like a metaphor for everything, right? Not a lot of clarity anywhere. But I know you guys are gonna make your way through it. So I'll let you get to it. Have a great and profitable day. See y'all.
Cool.
Thanks.
Thanks, Maggie.
Thank you, Maggie. And we got our work cut out for us here today. So I got, a little bit of divergence here again. It's something we saw yesterday with the NASDAQ taking out the prior day low, and the NASDAQ or the ES. I don't know if the ES is not. And we continue to see pretty big divergence between those two indexes and the Dow as well. So,
yep.
Gold
yes.
down.
Is the Dow going up? Is that what's happening? I don't have it pulled up, but I assume.
I don't have it pulled up, but yes, we are up on the day on the Dow right now. So
okay.
if you're long bias, be looking at the Dow. That's all I gotta say to the crowd here. Just really behaving better. I mean, what is a Nasdaq down? We're down. Let's see here, down almost a full percent right now, and the Dow's barely even. But
it's pretty interesting. I did not trade yesterday, so I have to take today with an extra grain of salt. But it looks like, I don't know. This is where we've bounced from a couple times this week. We made it all the way to the other side of value this week and rejected there pretty cleanly at 30K, 50 or so. If I can get above 450 and even better than that, 530, I would like to be long back to the middle of this balance in NQ. But I don't know. I mean, ES is in the middle of literally nowhere. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how excited I can be.
The middle of the week, actually, is where we just kind of bottomed there. 75, 81.5 is
that's
middle.
The mid.
Yeah, that's the midpoint of the week. So it's going to be interesting to see if that ends up holding, and then the YM holding even better. Of course, that one the outperformer here, and that is at the middle of the prior day. So I guess they're just different markets, Nasdaq's trash, man. I mean, as far as going up right now,
I know it really is, isn't it?
It just ain't holding its weight. I mean, that continuation down yesterday was some of the first hard continuation selling I've seen in quite a while.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have any more oomph down here, but it does seem to be the weaker one. I'm going to be paying attention. So the midpoint of the prior day is above us in the NQ, and that's 29,730, which is basically where you saw that end of the day resistance. And I want, one of the things I always look for is when I see markets being a little weaker is, can we close above the midpoint? And yesterday was a no for the NQ. But if we get above that and close above that today, maybe I'll change my tune. But I'm just scared to go long it. Could be a great trade, though, because also when it does move back up, you know how fast that sucker moves.
Yeah. I didn't get to see it, but I had the show on in the van while we were driving, and everybody was like, yeah, this is some actual continuation selling. This is a seller seems to actually be here. And I was like, you know what? I'm glad I'm missing it. Yeah, but looking at it today, nice trend down on NQ. And then
kind of van you guys touring, and you got a nice Sprinter.
No. It's not a bad van. I think it's
Dodge.
It's not. We normally do. We normally get a Ford E350, but we got a Chevy one this time. It's not bad. The mirrors are pretty wiggly, so that's annoying. But other than that, it's normal good van.
American made. A normal good van. I like that description. I'd drive a normal.
Yeah, you can throw some gear in it. Throw your suitcase in there.
Some gear in it. My mom had a van growing up, and so we had 4 kids in my family. So I had one of those big old school vans, the TV and the back seat.
Hell yeah! Man,
that was before there was an SUV, or like maybe SUVs like kind of came around, and now you don't even see those vans anymore.
No,
they don't exist.
Oh, dude, that was the pinnacle of luxury, though. Being in one of those cool vans. Yeah,
dude, I was like, I had a good childhood. My mom had a van.
Yep. I mean, I feel like kids. I've had this thought for a long time. Kids are missing out because everything is a screen. You don't get to know how incredible it was for there to be a TV in a car. That used to be like, holy shit.
Totally.
There's a TV in here. We can watch a VHS
player in a car. Are you rich as?
Yes.
Are you rich? Like you have a TV in your car. That's cool.
Oh man, that's great. Yes.
Dow, man, I am tempted to go long to sell. I'll just pull over the Dow here, and so these yellow lines. What am I talking about? Am I colorblind? These blue lines. So this blue line. So if you ever see it on my chart, that just auto plots the prior day mid. But we just kind of came right to it here in the YM, and then right to that here. And I don't, call it bias, but anytime I see that, I'm like, I don't think that's random. I think there's computer programs that are buying that, like they are buying a lot of other systematic trading systems. Like if they're long, it's kind of like the VWAP, like that's how I see it. Like if you're just buying, you're just like, oh, okay, if I'm accumulating the Dow position, I'm buying that the prior day mid, just because when you see reactions like that back to back, to me, like that doesn't seem random.
I agree with that sentiment about a ton of shit. And I definitely think that the mid of a lot of things is something is programmed to look at and do something at. Chris has got me looking at the mid of the Globex initial balance now, which I guess ends at, like, it starts at 8 p.m. is what I'm looking at. I don't know, but I've been following it for the last couple weeks, and it's actually really good. So yeah, I've got mids all over my chart too.
The mid of the initial globe. Okay, I got to learn what that is because I don't know. Like I know. So the OR mid, which I know like a lot of people I like. That's something I learned on this show. Like OR mid, like the first 30-second mid.
Yeah.
Is that what?
Well, we use the 5 minute.
Okay, the 5. So use the 5 minute because I know PAX doesn't use like 30 seconds or something.
PAX uses 30. Yeah.
Yes, and then then of course people opening and then I'm blanking on his name. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name. Uses the opening range mids in the first hour at midpoint. But yeah, I mean, I do think paying attention to those battle zones is critically important.
I think Salma told us, she brought it up to Chris, and then Chris brought it up to all of us, I think. It's like 8 p.m. is the measurement. So you take the mid of the 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. candle, and I think that's what it is. It might be 9. But yeah, I don't know. But to your point, I think that there's a computer program or somebody that is, is doing something at midpoints of everything.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I see it over and over again. That's why I got it plotted on my chart. And then just as a general battle zone. But like, if I compare that to the NQ here, I'll just bring that over to the screen. Then that mid is all the way up here at 29,729, and swing this over to, like, you can see kind of like when we ran into it yesterday, this is when it plotted. It was just resistance, 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 come up, retest, resistance, 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 breakdown. And then we've been below it ever since. But see if we get back up there today. 29,730s here. And 20 minutes till fireworks.
Yeah, we're kind of coming up on that. This is where I want to see this buyer exist, right here. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. This 445 spot.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, for my little trend scan, I really got nothing exciting.
Okay.
I always pay attention to this, but like yesterday, I'll have to look at. But like if we don't trend more than like 30% in any of the indexes, I'm a little skittish, or like 40%. So like NASDAQ was down, trending down yesterday, 42%. These are the today's numbers, but yesterday it was trending down 42%. And the best market to the upside yesterday on my scan was the Dow, trending up 37%. So that's kind of my bias going in today for the indexes. If I want to short, I'll be looking for the NQ. Ideally, I'm a little set, even though I'm long this ES just because of the location. I kind of wish I was long the YM, but yeah, nothing. I mean, gold is really the mover right now overnight, really breaking down through those lows. I do wonder because we've right around this $4,000 level. Gold has been unable to break down on the daily chart, and we're right at that. We're at like 39.90 area, and we have not had a daily close this year, I think, below this. If we were to close right here where we are in gold, this would be the lowest close of the year.
Whoa,
so,
okay.
Yeah, it's going to be something to watch, whether it's defended or not. We're down here at this 39.90. I don't think we have yet to have a close below 4,000. I think we've gotten close. Yeah, we've gotten close. But this would be the first daily close below the $4,000 level. So really on a longer time frame, something I'm paying attention to here, whether gold can once again defend the 4Ks. Or if we rip back up.
Like we have some tiny news at 10, but nothing really else going on.
Yeah. Chat, how are we doing?
It's at noon. Okay. Yeah. What's the chat doing? You guys okay?
You guys looking? What markets do you want us to review here? I like, you know what's nice about these morning sessions? I mean, even though of course you can obviously trade them, we get like a little bit of a 30-minute break to review some stuff.
Yeah, I like that too. Yep. Oh, sorry. Somebody's telling me it's 8 to 9 Eastern. Is that what they consider to be the Globex initial balance? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, chat.
8 to 9 Eastern.
Yeah, I was going to talk to, if I have time today, I'm going to talk to Claude and have him whip up a thing to map it so I can go eyeball 100 days of that and see what I can see.
I love the old eyeball back test.
Yeah, that's all I got. I don't
need all. I mean, automated back test is obviously great, but you just get the old eyeball back test.
Yeah, just like this looks fine. I'll try this.
Yeah, that one looks good. Let's throw it on a chart. See how it goes.
You can't. Yeah, I mean, you can't systematically back test vibes anyway. So
I agree. Yeah, actually, the midpoint is something I eyeball back test. So like I threw it on my chart and I was like, oh wait. That's like
right?
Really,
yeah.
Like, I was just like coding some stuff up, and I was like, huh.
No, you see that? That's how I feel like that's how you catch the best patterns. Is you're like, what the hell's going on at the mid this whole time? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you're like, okay. And then of course you got to drill down into it a little bit and try to quantify it and be like, okay, is this happening a lot? What's the reaction based on what the ATR is or whatever you use to define range of volatility for the day. But it all starts with just that simple little, what the hell's going on? Eye test.
These two guys. Viewer discretion. If we can get above a 4,005 area in gold, one of the things I'll look at is refer to this as an ATR reversal, where like the low of the day is an expansionary bar down, an average ATR increase, and then within 25 minutes we're back above that. I kind of look at that as like a jam bar, but we need to be back above it in 25 minutes, which we're close to doing. So maybe a low here. That was quite the puker in GC. That final bar pushing a lows, 5 minutes, 22 points, average range expansion, and no continuation on that low. So I'll be watching her.
Oh, thanks, Morford. I'm good. I gotta if I build it myself, chances are a lot higher that I'm gonna learn something from it. So it's just my dumb brain doing that.
Doing brain things.
Yeah.
All right, I was thinking about going long CL up here, but I just dropped my order down a bit.
Look my way. Should I be listening to Bruce Springsteen this morning? Probably, huh?
Yeah, for sure. It might help. So this is to show you my gold chart here. Sold P&L trade. There's kind of yellow bar on the bottom, and then no continuation on that. Sometimes I'll see that as like a failure to continue, but not quite yet. I want to see it clear this high, and then maybe look for a potential low.
Yes, man, dude. That's the record. That's my favorite Bruce Springsteen record. There's also a really good vinyl box set that I have that is like a series of it's a 5 LP set that is like it's like 70s and 80s, a live record. It's so good. Yep, but Nebraska, the GOAT, greatest of all time. Can't beat it.
Amar, what's my take on NQ? So, NQ was the most bearish market yesterday. It's the most bearish market here again today. I don't exactly like shorting its current location, but my overall bias is to the downside, but I'm just not going to trade it here. So for me, something I'll look at, like, let me bring up the NQ here. These little red boxes are things like locations I'll like to pay attention to. And so like I would like to see us ideally, if I'm going to look for a short in the NQ, definitely nothing below. One of the rules I have, especially in ranges, is I don't short below this green line. So this green line, this is the middle of yesterday. This is the middle of yesterday's middle compared to the low. So I just think anytime you have a range bound market, which I would argue that the indexes clearly are on the higher time frame range bound market, you don't want to be shorting like the bottom 25% of the range, just like you don't want to be going long the top 25% of the range. So for me, I'm only interested in trade location above that little green line. And the first trade location I would have would be 29,610 to 29,640. So if we get up to 610 to 640, and I start seeing some patterns appear that make me want to sell the market, so be it. But otherwise, my hands are off the buttons for the NQ because my bias is bearish and we're below the points, or what I consider to be the bottom of the bottom quarter of the day's range. And I don't want to short the bottom quarter. I'd rather short the top quarter. If we get above the mid, even better. The trade location. So if my bias is short, the further we're above the midpoint, the better I think that trade is. The further below we are, not a good trade.
If they bounce NQ from here again, this is going to be extremely silly and fun, but I will buy it. I will buy this. The bands are flat as hell. We ran yesterday. What was this, yesterday? Yeah. Looks like we went and talked to yesterday's low there at 390s. But it looks like it sold. Yeah, it looks like it sold right off the weekly open and then went straight back to retrace 50% and then said goodbye again at 730s, like you said. So, okay. Mean reversion is a lot harder to trade than people make it out to be. Because you, for me anyways, it's very difficult for me to get out of trend following to begin with, but then beyond that, it's like mean reversion stuff often like extends again before it reverts. So I don't know if this is going to be I would like it to go take out 300, this low from the 14th. Maybe that's asking too much.
I definitely would rather be long the NQ than short the NQ here, but
same.
Yeah, but just back to where I said we're at yesterday's low and we're still range bound. An Italian guy you asked, like, doesn't getting above the midpoint shift my bias itself? So because NASDAQ was the weakest market yesterday, I'm not going to let an intraday move shift my bias in a range bound market. So my bias is kind of, it's a in a range bound market, it's kind of a one decision thing. And overall, I think we're in a consolidation market. I still think this consolidation is more bullish than bearish. I would say my strongest bias would be long YM because I still favor the long side here, even with the consolidation. But just because we were above the midpoint here in the NASDAQ, that doesn't change my bias. It just would change the location. Now, it doesn't mean I'm automatically going to short. I need to see something if we get up there. If I were to choose between shorting the NQ and longing the YM, I would go long the YM if I were to pick one trade idea today. So even if we closed above the midpoint here today in the NASDAQ and my trend scan showed that it was at least in the top two instead of the bottom one of the four, that would change my bias. But my bias does not change no matter what we do today. I just either simply won't trade it or I'll realistically only trade it to the short side, at least till the afternoon. Maybe some crazy stuff happens and in the afternoon there's like a very clearly obvious strong sequence, then sure.
I was very close to putting a Dow chart back together. I was very close early this week. What
was the trigger? What was making you irk?
I mean, it's I'm better at the long side. NQ won't stop puking its guts out all day, which is a nightmare for me.
Yeah.
It's very hard, and I've traded the downside relatively okay this week, but it's just that beach ball. It pops and just takes me out a lot. So it's a lot of work to be short the NQ for me.
I agree. It's a tough trade. What's your vibe score for the NQ? Because I know you look at like, what is it like? Go walk me through that process.
Oh, no, the vibe score is just a personal thing. That's just about yourself.
Okay, so like what I think there's something like that you do on the higher time frame that you look at for trending here. Like, how do you determine? Don't you have like? I feel like I remember you talking about that, or maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, no, you're not. Well, you're not being crazy about this, Jack, but I don't know. I can't say for all things.
Sure. Yeah, for sure. Agree.
Yeah. On NQ, that like right now we're Thursday, so I can use the current week's VWAP profile, and then we're also using the current month. For the first 10 days, I use the previous months. And so the bottom, the -1 standard deviation is 445, we'll call it on the monthly, and 530 on the weekly. So we're in the bottom. We are back in value on the monthly, and we look like we're approaching value on the weekly. The bands are really flat, so they're not showing me any slope trend, and that's what I really look at for if we're in a trending or balancing environment. I would say we are 1,000% in a balanced NQ environment right now, unless we start breaking down below like this overnight low, also 300 from the 300-ish area from the July 14th. If we start breaking down below that, I imagine both these weekly and monthly timeframe bands are going to turn down, and that will be a little more hands-off longs. I don't know, but yeah, it's just a damn mess, and we're at the bottom of a very balanced volume profile that I look at too. So,
and how would you compare if you were to run that same type of analysis on the YN? Like, would your score be that much higher? Because I mean, I guess we'd be on the top of balance, I would assume, on the YN.
Yep. Yeah. So, and that's typically what happens. And this is why I stopped looking at the Dow. Well, I stopped looking at the Dow because 3 markets is too much for me to track. I could just get distracted and my execution sucks. But I find that if ES is in, it's like ES is literally at the middle of its balance and NQ's at the bottom. So logically, I assume that YM is at the top. Because I imagine ES as the NQ and YM's marriage counselor, and if they're fighting, ES is more in the middle. But if YM and NQ are in agreement, ES is going to be exactly where they're at. So that's how I visualize that. If ES can get above this 96, then we're in a monthly uptrend band, which we've spent a lot of time in this week. I don't know. So
would you ever? I know you said it's hard for you to track 2. Would you ever drop 1? You ever get rid of the X and bring in the new guy? Does it ever happen, or do you always have the NQ? Is the NQ like, do you swap 1 out instead of adding 1, or how do you feel about that?
No, I keep NQ because I find there's more order flow to read on NQ than there is the Dow. There's not really much to glean from like the YM DOM. I find that it does really nice things. Like it respects round numbers. It likes the 50s. It likes the zeros. It's a lot like crude in that way. CL likes round numbers. CL likes to, rip a round number and then rip right back. But there's more order flow on NQ, so I can see intuitive buying and selling in like a micro time frame. I can't see that on the Dow. Just for me.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I've kind of heard that before, that the Dow, I mean, it doesn't have those order flow numbers for whatever reason.
Yeah.
I mean, probably not big traders trading it, people hitting it with size, just more arb going on.
Yeah, maybe. I'm really hopeful for, I'm really excited to look at, I'm probably not going to trade them for a really long time, but I'm really excited to look at the single stock future order flow stuff, and see like how many people are really partying in there, and if there's new patterns to glean. It seems like a new shiny piece of the puzzle is going to unlock possibly. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah. Well, I think if you're like really selective about what you want to see in different markets, like, you said you're a better long only. I would agree with myself. Typically, I think the long trade is a lower volatility, tighter stop, easier to hold.
Yep.
That's just the math says it too. When you're moving up, the volatility is lower.
Yep.
So lower volatility stops, right? I mean, there's nothing like if you can study like almost any trading book, like old school or not, whether it's the Darvis box method, Nicholas Darvis. Have you read that one? Well, it's just super easy books. Crush it in a day. Basically, this guy, I want to say like the 30s, started trading stocks over like a what's that called? So ancient technology. But anyway, you just would look for breakout stocks and hold breakouts. And even if you read Market Wizards, a lot of those guys are just breakout holders.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, the turtle method, you can go down the line of a lot of famous trading books, and a lot of them are simply breakout traders that hold for like massive R trades. They might have like a 20% win rate and be profitable, which the only way you're with the 20% win rate is profitable is to the upside. It's not to the downside.
And those dudes pyramid into that shit too.
Totally.
Yeah.
Single stock. Yes. Oh, Ryan, I will dabble with SS. Okay. We already got an acronym for it. SSF. Okay. I was like, what is it? I had to like think about that for a moment. Yeah. I'm going to dabble. I'm going to throw it in my scanner, which I'll get you, Ryan. I just had to put a little encryption on my code. Yeah, just because I really want to narrow down like what's moving one direction, like what's the strongest market, and then kind of gravitate towards that. All right to the midpoint off the open here. Yes.
Yeah. Did they reject that 530?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't have the end.
This is a fight between 440 and 530 for me.
I'm glad I canceled my CL order. It makes me feel smart because I would have been getting stopped out here. I've been rejecting this 850, 870 area in CL for a few days. Rejected it Tuesday, rejected it Wednesday. Lower high here again today. So let's see if we just continue to range. I just actually moved my order to the bottom of the range, 79.36 there in CL. You can see it's a little off the chart. All right, we're pushing up. May get my first target here. Yes. I'm always a little nervous taking any position before they open because it either works right in your face, just like boom, open, stop. Like you're wrong. You're wrong. This is how your day starts. Like, and it's so fast. You like feel really dumb. Like if it takes a while to hit my stop, I'm okay with it. If I get long and then I'm like you're just slapped.
Yep. Nope. Been there many times.
There's nothing worse than starting your day with just a smack in the face.
Do you want to see how wrong you are? Check this out. Here comes 20,000 people that were on the other side of your trade right now.
In 2 minutes. And then you're like, yeah, let me try this again because that one didn't work. And then you get it. That's how I throw my day out the window right there. Like 2 stop outs in the first 15 minutes. Like I might as well just like throw my computer out the window because that is how I start a horrible day. Let's see here. I'm going so tempted to just blast out this ES trade. Yeah, I'm taking this ES off here for about 8 points. What I am going to do though is I'm going to bring it over here. This gold. So gold, we had that reversal. I refer to as this as an ATR reversal, ATR expansion down. The next 25 minutes spent rallying. So sticking my neck out in GC with the hope that that is the low of the day. And Gail, the answer is yes.
Yeah. So couldn't clear that 530 spot. There was definitely a initiative seller up there. So that sucks. Not super into catching this.
Yeah.
I shall wait.
No knives today. No knives today. I think we get back. I'd like to see a sweep of the overnight low in the ES now, actually, to re-engage that NASDAQ. I don't know. My downside kind of area that I would start engaging the NQ is going to be, I mean, down 29,000 to 220 area. Anything
okay.
below that is kind of like, okay. Like now I actually think, especially if the other markets are holding up well, that's where I'd start to believe that we're a little overdone. To the downside, that would be a sweep through Tuesday's low. That would actually be new lows of the week.
Woo, the seller is big mad right now.
Yeah, I'm glad I closed that position. It's rare that I close a position before my first target, just because, but I had been in it for 25 minutes, so, and that'll happen before the open.
420 guy going to save the day? Nope.
All right. Long the gold market here.
What out there? Out of scorch and burn.
PRs are pretty big.
They're really absorbing this 420. Let's see if they can get through them. Nope.
All right, going into the open, let's see where our most aggressive trends are. Nothing. I think I gotta roll the Japanese market. Not that I trade that too often, but yeah, nothing. Just a mixed bag. Just a mixed bag. Not a day for sizing up, that's for sure.
Okay. It's catching. It's catching something.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Here we go. Prior day low there, 29,397 came about 3 points away to that round number. But yeah, prior day low in the NQ holding this far.
Come test this bid at 420, 430 again. See if it gets stepped on.
Engage. I'm gonna front run the lows and the ES if we go down here. This open is a mixed. You know, I don't feel like it's. I mean, it's selling, but it's not like we haven't blown through the low yet. Let's see.
This is a really active.
I just put an order at 85.5 for the ES. Review. And there's the 97 on NQ. Maybe one more divergence, one more new low.
I think so. I don't know though. Coin flip down here.
Yeah.
Ton of absorption on NQ here at 400. ES is failing to put. They're not like they're getting it's like a decent tail down here at 88 on the delta, but very active selling still in NQ. Yep, there it goes.
One tick away. There we go. All right. Taking the ES here. Oh, what did I just?
Never tell.
Dow moving up. I mean, just held great. Held great. Why am I not trading the Dow? I don't know, but what am I not listening to my own self? How does the trend scan work? It's proprietary. It is literally a combination of codes that have taken me. I started writing codes probably 8+ years ago, and I've just layered it. And it's a scan of 5 different codes on 3 different time frames, and then takes an average of those, and then measures the percent of which I determine we're trending up or down. So it's 5 codes in combination over 3 time frames, and if those 3 time frames have to be either trending up or down, and so it can change. It can change intraday. We can be like, so that these indicators on the bottom, it's like bearish is the trend bias right now, actually in the ES. But you have to be like, I always try to measure like, okay, what is the trend saying versus like, what is my feelings on the market? It's not like a strict thing I use, but it's a percentage. But my goal is to determine like, a lot of times they're like right now there really isn't like a hot or cold market. But ideally I like to pay attention to what market is trending up the most versus down the most, or at least the top 2. And then I ideally position myself in those markets.
Yeah, I rejected that 440. So, all right, we're overnight low, getting torched. Here's the V range. There is a bid there.
Yep, Dow's losing it too now. One tick in the lows for ES.
Nope. Let's see. It's trying to kick out of here. There it goes.
Russell holding up a little better so far.
Nope.
always like to look for 9:45 reversals. Kind of gives that first 15 minutes time to settle.
Oh, let's see, 300 would be good.
Yeah, that's going to be the low of the week, I believe.
Yeah. See if this seller's still standing here. Just tried to buy out of it a couple times.
Got another minute to hold these lows, and then I feel a little better. I like to see that. Let's start moving my stop up if we can get a green bar.
Nope.
Wow, I had a Celsius this morning. Oof.
Is that an energy drink?
Yeah, that 200 milligrams of caffeine hits pretty hard.
Yeah, I don't mess with those.
My heart is pumping. I got to be careful. Don't want to overtrade here.
NQ is so sad.
5 seconds till 9:45. Move my stop up here.
I'm gonna go take these weekly lows.
Once again, we are at the midpoint in the week in the ES right here. This is the middle of the week. So we'll see how they want to finish her off. Here we go. 80, 75, 82 is basically the mid of the week. ES.
Wow, I got a short off. Continuation. No way. Blind squirrel, sometimes.
Hey, it happens. I'm going to see if we react to this 290 level in the NQ. I got a short target down there. And then if not, then we got 300s. I want to see some participation in that. That would be either holding a higher low of the week or taking lows of the week. We're kind of right there. Gold peeking back up here.
I think we filled 300. I'm not sure. I got two off. So this is free.
Yeah, low I got is 175 right now.
You get out of that.
Russell on highs.
Something is jerking ES around for sure, but NQ is still selling into this low. There's not. I'm surprised there's not a bunch of there is a bunch of dudes now.
Where are the dudes at?
300.
300.
And behind.
Yeah.
So we'll let them get filled and see what happens. It's doing that thing. There we go. There's 300 and more. Yep. Sheesh. Well, we're coming up to this spot I was watching on ES 75, 73, 72.50. So this is the bottom of ES's balance on the week down here. So we'll see what we can get. A lot of selling rewarded on ES there at 75.80. Live with me now.
Watching 50.
I'm not on the wrong screen, Omni. Damn it. I'm traveling, so like I can't switch screens as much.
Yeah, that's the tough thing about
I do my best. I do my best to show everybody exactly what I'm trading, but if I got to take an NQ trade and it's off the screen, sorry. Sorry, guys. It just be like that sometimes.
First 20 minutes is up here. I think it probably start defending this low in the ES. I think if we take out that, then it's getting back above that. I want to see us back above that 82, and then my mind would change if we could, in the NASDAQ, if we can get above the open for the structure of it at least. Here we go.
There we go.
See if I can push up to my first target in gold. Move my stuff up in the ES just a little bit. No, not much continuation to that overnight low so far in the ES. Russell, man, still on highs.
Is that the low? I don't think so. Seller's still quite angry right now. Reclaim 300 would be good. It's a pretty good tail on the delta. I can the problem, Omni, with sharing both is like one's what they're different sizes, so that's the problem. But on this on the delta volume profile down here, 275, this was pretty good. This is a good tail. And that was, we ran the weekly low, which is what I wanted. I can't get too excited about it yet, though. Oh my God, hotel chair.
Oof, talking about back problems. Yeah. Age of 10 years when you sit down.
You should have, oh man, you should have seen these steps we had to load. We loaded through some of the most treacherous steps I've experienced in a long time. It was like, sometimes, I mean, punk rock is not that safe. You can easily die on a set of stairs carrying an amp in the world's oldest club.
And it's such a dangerous job. I didn't, I've looked at those stats before, and I never saw being in the band one of them.
Nope. Yep.
I can't believe it.
Punk rock guitar player is right below crab fisherman as far as most dangerous.
Crab fisherman, or linemen. It's like you can play with electric poles or you can be in a punk rock band. They're equal danger. All right. This 9:55 time frame is always something. I watch 9:45 and 9:55. Always something like market makes turns there. Dow dripping down here. Oh, 52,887 is the next thing I got below. Let's get a tail here. Come on.
We found the truth. Now rejecting the V range. I hate it. I hate when that happens.
Middle of the day so far, solar sellers.
Sheesh. Not bad. Scalped a decent long
It's
there.
53 I was watching in the NQs. 253.
We're trying right there.
Unleash the beast.
Yes, definitely looks better.
Yeah.
Big dude showing up here at 320 on NQ. Let's see if he gets filled or what goes on there. He did. A lot of bid crossing here. 320. I'm going to stay. I took a stab. We can get a higher high here. Get above the V range. There we go. There we go.
Through that last 5-minute high in the NQ. Come on now.
Nope. Every pop sold.
Yep. First half an hour is going to be over here in 2.5 minutes.
Can't get better.
It's not too early to say we're in a downtrend. We're definitely in a downtrend from overnight highs. Clearly making higher, lower lows and lower highs. So, that would qualify as a downtrend. It's just a matter of, are we at support? I usually find out if I'm right or wrong 30 minutes after I enter.
It wants to be. It wants to be support. It's trying really hard. Yeah. I'm doing counter trend stuff on the day. But I still like this. I don't know. I might just end up taking a ton of scalps down here and not getting a retrace to the other side. I'd like to go talk to that 440 again because there's definitely a bid here at 320. We've come down and retested it. I'll come over here again. All right, so this is what I'm working with over here. We need to clear this 340 guy, but like the bid is happy to buy this right now. And ES looks good. ES looks fine. I just keep getting into a couple free trades quickly. I've probably been lucky with I'll take one there. I'll try to hold this runner for test to the other side.
Over there.
Does this make you happy, Omni? You can see my NQ trade.
Please the crowd. It's like Gladiator.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
Thanks, production. Thank you.
So fast. We're faster with the buttons than we are.
Ooh. It's getting wiggly.
All right, 10 o'clock. Here we go. Pop above that most recent high in the NQ and the ES now. All right, this is where I'm starting to feel a little more comfortable in my positions. I need to get some first targets off, though. I don't like having two positions on with neither first targets in, and I'm approaching 25 minutes from my entries. NASDAQ above that, getting back into that prior day low is a push below that prior day low, that 29,400 basically.
Yeah.
If we can start pushing back into yesterday's range after kind of failing to get much continuation below, I think we're going to get a pop up to at least 54. That's not saying a lot, but there we go. Let's get the open. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch for 440 here. I'm still in this long. I think I got like 80. I got 80 points on it. This is moving pretty fast. But we're coming up to the A plus trend day down setup in ES at 75.95. So I want to see us yeet through that quickly.
Me too.
With gusto. I'm not going to short it because I am long NQ.
Okay. 99 is right. What'd you say? 95 is your?
Yeah, like right here. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, and then 99 is going to be that midpoint. So clearing back through the midpoint in the ES going to make me feel something. Here's that 93 prior day low in the NQ.
Yeah, there's still a seller there. But it's done a lot of good work to get through this. And so that's why I'm not interested in selling it. It's definitely pressing. So I want to I'm long, so I'm not going to be long NQ and just step in front of a ES trade because it happens to be like a technical level that is my retrace spot. Plus, I want Jack to get 99.
Appreciate you.
Sure.
My stop up in gold here again. I can do my stop up in the ES too. We shouldn't get back below 79s.
Low.
Oil dripping lower.
We had something at 10. What the hell was it? Home sales? Some sort of.
Yeah.
Some sort of something. Some sort of wiggly bit. Housing market index, pending home sales. Yeah.
Come on, go. Come
Let's
on,
go,
yes.
baby.
Let's go.
This is ES's open right here. So we need
Come on, horsey.
We need these turkeys
This is my Kentucky Derby.
to be done.
Be open on a Thursday. And I mean, Russell at prior day high, just kind of tagged it there. Dow came back to that midpoint of the prior day as well. Give me some jammers.
Loving you.
So I feel like if you start playing your guitar, like really like heavy metal, this will start moving faster.
Do we need a metal riff with that?
Yeah, for sure. Get the loop pedals going.
Sorry, Chad, I haven't been paying attention. Come
on.
No, Shap, I was in Philly last night, and then we drove to Asbury Park after the gig, and we're staying here tonight, and we stayed here last night and tomorrow night too. Then we go to Virginia.
Come on, first target. Let's go. So close.
I like it. You got some dudes waiting for you. There you go, bud. Woo!
Thank you.
All right, 440. Do nothing. Don't exist.
Yeah. Back through that Friday. There's a nice pop back through that Friday low. My stop's going to go to break even if we can get O2s here in the ES.
Right, here's NQ for Yins, if you can see. So 440 guy.
Nice entry there, bud.
Thank you. I took a couple shots, but I was lucky enough to get I have that bracket set so that I really don't have to think about it. I'm going to close this too. So I'm flat now. 440 rejected. If we want to get above this, I'll just buy 440 when we retest it. It's fine. That was a lot of points, so I'm going to take them. I like to... I have that bracket set, so it's it becomes a free trade very quickly with half off.
What are your settings for that?
15-point stop, and the first two targets are 15 and 19. So if I get the first, and it's a 4-lot bracket, so I get the first 2 lots off, and it pays for the trade and commission.
Pushing through this 54 is what I want to see. And NQs, that'll, I think, throw the ES up with it. And then, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back to the Dow, and I'm going to say, I'm going to go to the Dow, and I'm going to go to the Russell, because those are the performers here.
Yep.
I'm not going to play too many games with these. I mean, we're up at 0.5% in the Russell right now. Dow's trading around even. Russell's here. This gold is, I'm going to give it 5 more minutes. And I'm out. Or really tightening my stop. There we go. Here we go. O2s. Jimmy O2. Got a 1, a 1.5. Oh, there we go. Oh, my stop did not move. I must have moved the wrong target. All right. Then move my stop up in ES to break even. It's 2 targets off.
Here's NQ's open. I got back in at 53. Looks like we want to hold over this. Get that second one. You turkey. There you go.
Oh, 9.5 can be my final target here in the ES.
Oh man, am I being a D for this T? TP? Ah, yeah, nuts. Arg, it's driving me nuts. Thanks for pointing out that occasionally I do the pirate voice without making a dad joke. Thank you, Kevin. Or Austin. Whoever is teasing me. What do I got? 90 risk, profit 452. Okay, this is fine. Nice. Keep buying it, baby.
Nice. Through high of the RT
Woo!
for the ES. Pushing up.
All right. I think it's a curse, some sort of curse going on that I only get in I get in a trade on the screen that is not visible to the chat. This has been a trend.
Maybe that's the ones that work.
It definitely is the one that's at work. And I'm not saying that the chat is jinxed, but the chat is jinxed. So that's on you, chat. It's on you. Sit and cry for nothing.
That green line I mentioned in the NQ earlier, this is, I don't know, my face is covering it, but a lot of times we'll revert back in these ranges. That's why I don't like shorting too much when you do finally turn. I've noticed that we get to that green line, which is right here. Literally the current high. I like to target that.
Might be turning on me now. We'll see. We squeezed out of that pretty efficiently.
Yeah.
And they are backing it up with passive bid here.
Sure.
See what happens here. 450. Ooh. Everybody on the planet bought that right there. Almost added, but this is fine. This is plenty. I don't want to get greedy. It's a passive selling being bought here in the 480s. They keep laying it in. Bid keeps crossing.
I'm going to go along the line.
Okay. 5:30 next. What's ES doing? Absorption City at 04.
Right now, stop. ES.
There is a thing that happens to me where if something is behaving a little too nicely in a trend, it starts to stress me out. That's what NQ is doing right now. It's holding really nicely up here, and that always makes me sus that NQ hasn't gone down and run anybody. Like, it hasn't revisited 420 yet. I'm gonna keep holding, but I just wanted to narrate my insecurities out loud. A little fight here. 480 still. No more the torches. Chat, you guys okay? In's partying? Yeah, Data Master. Sorry if I'm missing questions. I don't have enough screen space for one of my screens died. If you guys want to know the truth, so
You got batteries from
the screen. Wait, what?
Batteries for the screens?
No, like it died. Like it died.
Oh,
like it died. Like it died.
Yeah, you buried it.
Yeah. So rest in peace to one of my portable screens. And that's the one that I normally put the chat on. So
Gotcha. Makes sense.
bunch of liquidity at 95. He seems to be teasing it up. There's 500. VWAP itself. And the 24-hour VWAP. A new high on ES, though. So but yeah, Data Master. I use 500 vol for NQ. I use 3000 vol for ES. You stood and watched me burn. I gotta imagine I'm getting stopped here. This will be this will be the bullish hold of a lifetime if if this 460 guy pulls this off. There's no way. There's no way he's going to get away with it. There you go. No, didn't get stopped. Okay.
She wants to run free.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of a.
I'll put another one on. Party on, Wayne.
Let's get a nice tail out of here in the water.
Work till she don't.
Party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth.
Game on.
It's moving here. There we go. Yes, pushing highs. Dow getting a bid at that midpoint again. Let's see if we can run it back to the highs here. Play catch up.
Mm.
Minutes, so the first hour is over.
What's up, 440? You trying to save it? You trying to save the day? It's not a great look.
You're on the NQ, right? Or no?
Yeah. No, it's got lower to go.
Taking my gold off for a couple ticks. I've been in it long enough, and I'd rather just take it off for break even than either or at this point. Been in it too long.
There we go. That was okay sequence. We'll check for lower. Really a lot of absorption at 500. That is a much more healthy pullback right there.
Yep.
Now 440 needs to go away. Nice. Get out of here.
Go for a bigger target. That might take all day in the Dow, but I'm going to go for it. If we can get out of these lows and get some acceptance above the open, which is a little bit of a long shot from here, but I think we can move up to that 53 180 level in the line, which is quite a bit of ways away. So
maybe 440 is the seller. We'll see. Is all for show. $24 frames.
Still bouncing. Put my stop up in the line. I don't want to see that low taken out of at this point. With my theory.
Ooh, yeah. Nice. Let's go. That's what I wanted to see. Get above this 450 guy now. And we can peruse higher. ES needs your help, NQ. That's what really is going on.
Lifestyle trader, I mean, towards the end, they really changed the product in the last 2 years before they defunct on Nadex. So I could say I missed the old market they used to make, not the last version of it. I haven't really dabbled in Calci Pro. Just I got enough trading going on. I don't need another platform open. Another thing to bet on.
Evil. Stopped. Another scratch. Another scratch. Okay.
You ready for a deal or no deal headline today?
Oh yeah. Don't we have some wacky announcement today? Is there something happening?
Oh, I think that's after the market, but I actually think that's related to some not the war, but I'm sure there'll be some comments related to it. Yeah. I think there's some speculation initially that there was going to be talk about Iran, but I believe he's talking about election stuff from the last I read. But
all right,
gold still holding. Freaking pop a high. I'll look for a re-entry.
My thoughts.
Can liken this YM. This is probably actually the best reaction I've had in the first 25 minutes.
Let's see, risk 144. This is really, I really have been blessed with the position tracker these days. It is helping me manage, especially on a smaller screen. Really helps me make sure it is intact as I negotiate my stop around. This 440 dude is still trying. Should I take it? All right. All right, chat. Here's my NQ chart. Don't jinx it if I show it to you, please. So just an idea of what I was talking about. Hold on, let me move these guys up. So what I was talking about, I was pressing into this right here. And when I was saying this is sus, I hate this, it's this. I wanted to at least see this guy get talked to again. We almost hit VWAP. First trade was here. Take profit, stopped, and then got back in, take profit. And now I'm trying to hold two for the other side here. We're still in a fight between 440 and 530. But there's a pretty undeniable bid, and ES is doing a good job at partying right now. So I'm gonna try to stay on this side for now. Yeah, I like it. Maybe I'll manually take one out if I need to. Yeah, 420. Buy it always. Now, jokes aside, that 400 spot was an existing area of interest, so there was a reason to bid there that was not just the meme. The meme helps. There's no reason not to bid the meme, but Data Master, I see you worried about Rhythmic. I don't have a Rhythmic connection cruising at the moment. I don't think I have one at all anymore.
We work with NinjaTrader.
Yeah, it's CQG is what this is on. Well, they've made the RTH open the point of control, which is annoying. I hate this high. So there's that too.
I got short oil there as well. Looking for rotation at least down to the mid 79.56 and possibly through.
Nice. Whoa, ES has a single print possible.
Whoa.
Ah, look at you. Good for you, yes. Trading the wrong index today.
That's how I feel about not being in the Russell. But I will have a setup later. Just my knee. Really liking my reaction here out of the Dow. First 20 minutes up 100 points on that. Going to be my stop above my entry. And oil is falling as well. Let me bring that into here. I got a lot going on here. I know my eventual target in the Dow, if I can get new highs, it'd be great. But I don't know. It might just be another range day. I don't want to get too excited about.
Yeah.
I feel like we need I don't think we're going to get much of a continuation, like if we do break out, but we'll probably fall back in. But we're primed for a move to one of these sides. Maybe tomorrow, though.
Yeah, it is Thursday.
Yeah. I think I remember, what's his name? Larry Williams saying that Thursday was the most bullish day statistically.
Really?
I could be wrong on that, but he said it's, either that or it's one of the top two. So it's like one or two.
Can we call him? Jim, can you call Larry Williams real quick and ask him? Tell him I'm long 2 MNQ from 418.25 and just double check about Thursday for me. I need it's vital information.
Really insistent on people really insistent on email me.
Don't worry about what he's up to. Don't worry about interrupting him. He seemed like a very kind guy. I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to you on the phone, Jim. Just hook me up.
Might pick Jim's call. I don't know about it. Anybody else's. Be like calling my mother-in-law. Just kidding. I don't have one.
That was funny. I like that.
The gold trader would have worked, but it is what it is. I'm sweating from the pits. This caffeine's got me rolling.
Jim's on it. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Jim's got like the bat phone to Larry.
It's red.
Yeah. Yes.
Really pick it up.
We might go to the 50 billion if we can clear this 530 spot.
I sure hope so.
I'm going to go up here 650.
We are lifting here. That's for sure. We are lifting. Still up on that green line I mentioned. That's been the absolute resistance here. It's 24,492. So I'd like to see a clear of that in the NQ.
Why wouldn't you?
Jim's emailing him right now. It's going straight to spam. Right, this is the resistance that we saw this morning in the YM. What are you going to do? Can we push? Lumian, if I erase my resistance line, I wish I could say it has an effect on the market, but I have tried and it does not work. I've given it my all before. While almost 1,000 of you are watching, you guys want to bump these likes above 350? Because I don't think we've missed a trade, or at least break even. And I've taken, ES at targets, gold to at least above break even. What else did I take? Long YM, or no, maybe I missed one. That's a lie, I missed one.
Maybe they only like when we lose, Jack. Have you considered that?
I know, but I'm not willing to lose for the likes.
Are there any? Be honest, chat. How many of you are hate watching this right now? It's okay.
How many of you love to see us lose? It's all right. I know
it's okay. It's okay.
If I'm on the other side of you, I get it. I'd want to see me lose too, because guess what? I want to see you lose if you're on the other side of me. Someone's always on the other side of you. That's how markets work.
For me, the market is painful enough without rooting for the downfall of other humans. So
that's right.
For those reasons, I choose not to.
What a cons. And for that reason, I'm out. Rooting for everyone, Mr. Butters.
Hell yeah.
AHWNDL. All right, oil's moving.
Hate watching in the mirror. That's funny. That just makes me think of that meme that you're not a bad trader. It's the market that's wrong. Pretty good pop there. On NQ.
The most entertaining and informative live trade stream on the internet.
What?
That's what Jim tells me, but he watches a lot more than I do. I believe him. And I believe you.
See if that gets some follow through. Boy, they left a bajillion zero prints up there. So let's see if this trades. By zero prints, we talk about that sometimes. You can see it here on the NQ DOM. I'll pull it over. It's this. This is about 10 points of offer only, no bid. This is what we consider to be a zero print. That can be exhaustive. So it's not the world's greatest sign if we reverse from there.
Yeah, we're right into my resistance in the YM so far as sold into. Kind of expected that, but I'm looking for that bigger move, hopefully. It's going to take a while. I don't know if we got the cojones today. It might not
Can't be young and do that. ES pulling back off that node. Don't love it.
Yeah, it's about where I was expecting resistance to come in. All right, I'm just going to take out that Dow 50 points. No, not liking that rejection. So.
Lost out there.
It's my CL here.
Okay, 440. Pulling back again. I might leave this alone and trade ES instead.
Yeah. I think we get that whip around.
See what ES wants to do here. Ah, too slow. Missed it.
Too fast, too slow.
Do I not have? Oh, dang. I don't have that set here. Ooh, nice. Nice lift at 440. This is a great pullback for ES right there. It didn't quite get. I wanted to see it talk to this buying here at 7605. Came right in front of it.
Should not have done my Dow. Love the hindsight on myself, but it's always a great way to.
Jack, don't do that. The market is cruel enough.
Don't do it. You're right.
You don't need to give it any extra ammo. It's already a jerk.
You're right. What am I doing? I got scared after one red bar. That's so rookie of me. It's the pressure of the stream. The Thursday mornings, bud, we're performing, you know?
Yeah.
All right. We're doing all right.
Man. Get good. That's what I tell the chat. They're like, how do you do it? And I'm like, just get good, man.
Yeah. Let's hope that.
I think you just need the right combination of chill vibes and, you know, a little like a little framework, and you know, that's all you need, baby. Jokes are important. That's a big part of my game. Don't get too serious. The Bain trade, don't talk about them. We do not need to go talk to 373. We don't. Those guys have nothing to say. There's no reason to go talk to those guys. Also, how dare you? Production, if you could do me a favor and just start going through the chat, and anybody that's on the opposite side of my position, just mute them until I'm flat. This thing's hanging on for dear life, and I don't need any counterparties in the chat today.
Trader is this news to me. NinjaTrader is not allowed in Pakistan. Got to be some tariffs. I bet it's the tariffs. It's not our fault.
I'm just kidding. You guys might be right. That spike. Yeah, I don't want to add here. I mean, 440's holding. We're forming a balance here. We left a lot behind, both on ES and NQ. I like how ES is continuing to grind higher. That bid is very happy. I'd say we have like a decent-ish double distribution day at the moment. True, Glenn. Very true.
I don't want to jinx myself, but I do think this oil, if we take out 79.40s, we can get a run down to 78.
Jack, I know you watch everything a lot, like a bunch of stuff at once. Have you noticed? They asked Pax this question too. Have you noticed if the if the indice CL correlation is still as strong as it once was, or is that thing fading out?
When you get a bigger move, I think, but yeah, I mean, definitely not the tick for tick kind of we were seeing previously. But I do think if we start getting above $100, you'll see. I do at some point the marginal effect is increasingly larger of just index action because of the compression of margins on so many different sectors. But at like $80, it's manageable. But at $120, that marginal cost of production, I think really has an effect. So I don't know. I bet there's like a number where the correlation just increases. And I don't know if I were to throw a round number out there at above $100, that correlation will increase. And we're trading 80 now. So
cool. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thanks, Bane Trade. Yeah, I like trading with Jack. We're good. We have a fun Thursday. I look forward to it.
And me too.
You hear that, Sav? Don't cancel us. We like it.
Leave us. Let us be. Man, if you're showing up just for us, I feel special. Now let's bump those likes up to 350. We're at 324. Can we get 26 of you to join the crowd? We love each other. It's more than that.
Yeah, of course.
We even met in real life.
Extra cancel.
We shook hands.
Yes.
We shook hands.
Standing at the Jeff. Rick Jeff says, man, I'm not getting my entries today. They just keep missing me by a tick or two.
I'm going to go for...
It's okay, man. Happens sometimes. I was looking for a touch lower on ES there to get long, and I didn't get it. It's okay. You can't lose money on a trade that you didn't take. It's the fun fact about those. So
I'm aiming for lows of the day in my CL now. My stop is break even. We can start seeing sellers below this midpoint, 79.56. We've been, after that huge run we saw in CL on Monday, I forgot what we were up to, like maybe even 8%, but we have not been able to crack this 80 level, 81 level, 80 level with any significance. And I think running into the weekend, if temperatures cool, we're going to get a bigger retracement of that move on Monday, especially with now, 2 failures to break above the high down to like the 77 handle. And I think that could start happening today. So I always like to pick one market that I think could maybe just be the kicker of my day, that bigger trade. And you got to lock in the BE. I mean, my rules for those trades is I need to be locked in BE 25 minutes. Like if I'm not right in 25 minutes, I'm simply not holding for a bigger move because it's just not a great entry. But this one has been, here's my old entry. This has been the one so far that started up here.
Yeah, something about like, I don't know. I think I do a similar thing with time of day. Like if I don't have something pretty structural to lean on by, I don't know, 11:30, like if I'm not in a good position with like a lot of meat on the bone still, yeah, there's really not anything for me to be up to. If we can, I mean, we're at this damn inflection point, fighting between 440 and that 520 spot. And ES is at the high highs. So one of two things is going to happen. I'm going to lose and ES is going to pull back, which, would make some sense for ES. Or ES is just going to keep marching. And then Q is going to be part of that thing that helps.
Marching, were you in band in high school?
I was not. Well, no, that's not true. I did play the saxophone for a little bit.
Okay. So you're a multi-talented instrumentalist.
I probably couldn't play it again. Like if I needed to, I probably couldn't play a note on the saxophone.
If you got called up by a local jazz band, you're saying you're gonna have to hang up the phone.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, you know your skill.
If I get stopped here, I will look for the 330s, and I put stopped. So, for the record, I personally blame whoever said we needed to talk to 373, and just know that you've hurt my feelings personally today. I'm gonna get back in there. That's the better ES pullback.
We're gonna limit at 53.75 in the NQ.
Trying to watch this guy if we can clear him. Needs a nail. Man's up for sale.
Options on futures, not in years personally, but I have traded them. I don't hold futures contracts long enough to make futures options an effective hedging strategy.
Drowning in the dirt. Not looking great.
Dow, kind of hanging on up there.
Time to go to church.
Give me my 53s in the NQ.
It's trying to bid. Might just get stuffed. I slowly. Need this to pull off, and it's not really cooperating.
Calling a big bounce, the Bane. 29,349 is your level. Well, I'm at 53s, so
Yeah, I don't hate either of those spots.
I'll take your bounce and my fill. If your bounce happens, my fill does too.
Been a while since I've seen.
Not a single green candle since my CL entry on 5-minute chart.
Yikes. Oh, lame. Lame.
Let's see.
I had a good buyer to lean on right there at 07, but he could not make it back above 850.
All right, guys, we need 9 more likes to bring this to 350 in the morning. And there's enough of you out there. I'm so tempted to drag my order up. It's just be patient here.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching it too. I think that at 340, I want to see what happens.
Yeah.
There is a good node here. There's a very good LVN on NQ.
Yeah, I got a level at 83 is the mid from the low of the day to that this 83 area right here that we're kind of hanging out on. But we're on the 3rd bar down. If we're there on the 5th bar down, if it's 84s, I'll take it. Like this bar actually closes. We just opened it. But come 11:05, if we're still trading 84s, I'll bid it. Let's see.
Whoa!
What's up? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning,
Hello.
friends.
Can you
How are
please
you?
not speak about these LVNs? They're blocking my shorts.
I know. Sorry. That's what they should be doing.
Very defended.
They were built for that.
Good morning, Salma. Are you sleeping?
Good morning. No, I'm here.
Why are you so quiet?
I'm here.
You sound like this.
Sorry, I literally got a call as soon as we went on air, and I was just trying to decline that. So that's what I was doing. But sorry, Stowe. We need to drop.
What's up with you guys?
We got
I know
to
how
drop.
you guys are positioned.
You guys are extremely rude, frankly.
I don't think there's
Not
anything
us.
rude going on.
We don't need to do anything. Nobody needs
Yeah,
to
we
drop.
need to drop. Sell it. Sell it all.
Yeah, we need.
Sell it.
Drop.
What's up, chat?
Still, you missed it. I was holding the baby earlier, and I turned the camera on while you guys were streaming.
Oh no! Oh, I missed I missed N Dog.
I missed it
Yeah.
too.
Oh, dang it! Dang it!
Maybe next time.
I'm one screen short right now. My Temu portable monitor died.
Your TV monitor died.
Yeah, I mean, it's a well, how big is it? It's like a 17-inch screen that costs like $29. Why would it not work?
I don't know.
Probably.
Hey, I have 15-inch $70 ones, and they work perfectly fine. Let me know if you need the link.
Yeah, I guess you need to spend a little more money next time still.
Selma, you're really my Amazon hookup, huh?
I got you. Oh, how have the eye patches been?
We didn't do them. They are there, but I'm
dude.
waiting for. We didn't have a chance. Honestly, it's a
Come
long
on.
story. But we went to the pool for too long, And then Willow and I didn't get a chance to do our makeover night. So I also don't have my nails done either. So
I don't know. This all sounds like BS to me.
it's scheduled for when I get. I assure you that we take makeover night very seriously, and it is not BS. And we will be doing that as soon as I get home from this tour.
All right, but you got to be doing it every night. It's not just like a one-off thing.
Oh, really? I got to do that every night?
Yeah, all you got to do is just slap them on, and then you can go on about your day.
All right.
Every night.
Just an FYI, I may have to go business duck at some point.
Nope, sorry.
You're going to be really upset for the reason.
Don't let him.
He's about to say some bullshit. Okay, let's hear this. Leo, please, enlighten me.
I have to take delivery of the pool chiller.
Is it from Lowe's?
No, it's from
I thought you already had one.
Pool supplies or something.
But you need a pool chiller?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, my pool gets too hot, Jack.
Yeah,
That's
Jack, we're too
crazy.
poor. We're not in that tax bracket, my friend. I didn't even know that existed.
Any idea how much it costs to have a pool in Chicago? I mean, you're talking $5 million house, so Leo's must be balling over there.
No. Well, I'm not in Chicago for one.
But you do have a pool.
Too hot.
That's crazy.
If Leo can't dial his pool temperature into 1/10 of a degree, he's furious. He can't handle it. He has to have what's good pool temperature? I don't even know.
Chart. I can just see him just checking the pH levels, and
Oh, I have an app for that though.
Oh, amazing!
That tracks.
Yeah, there's this thing you can put attached to your skimmer, and it's like a little cassette, right? And so every day it spits out a new piece of film to measure the levels, and then it tells you, like if your pH is too high or too low, and if you like your chlorine levels and all that stuff. So you can you get an alert every day that says, what your pool's up to chemical wise.
Yep.
I hate rich people who don't know what to do with their money.
This isn't a rich person problem.
Listen,
who said that?
I kind of like that pool chiller. I was in my parents' lake the other day, and it was blazing hot.
I mean, when it's next week, it's going to be 104 degrees Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I guarantee you, my pool without the chiller will be like 94.
All right. So what temperature are we trying to get it down to?
Like 87, 86.
Okay, that's reasonable. All right, then. Well,
I just don't want to get into a bath when it's 100 degrees out.
I agree. So it's nice.
What's the app for the pool? It's called Water Guru.
Bro.
What?
Actually?
It's actually called Water Guru.
Oh my
Is it your app? Are you promoting your app?
Are you serious right now? Use code Leo at checkout.
Yeah, I believe. I'm going to go look right now.
That's right, folks. Leo got done with the leg-to-leg delta study, and he ran out of shit to do. So he weaponized his autism to create pool chiller apps.
See, look. My pH is a little low right now. Can you see?
There you go.
Oh, this brings me great joy. Salma.
Yo.
Serious question. You coming to my gig tonight or not? No?
Fortunate. No.
Son of a...
I know. Don't hate me, please. Please don't hate me. That's all I ask.
I'm all the way in New Jersey.
I know.
I've made it the whole...
If it's outside of 15 minutes,
that is crazy.
I don't think Salma's going.
How big of a drive?
15 minutes.
No, everything that I need is usually 30. I drive 20 minutes to the gym every day.
Was that traffic related?
So, no, it's not traffic related. It's distance related.
Really?
Okay. Leo, I came to her state. And she
I know,
still won't come back
That's
out.
actually crazy.
I'm pulling a Leo.
I might cancel any show that I'm ever on with Salma now.
All right, next week, Tuesday, we're supposed to be on together. You can
Sorry,
cancel that.
I can't make it.
No worries. Guys, it's going to be a Salma show next Tuesday, 11 to 12.
Leo's going to be chilling.
We're doing this shit solo. No, I'm joking. Leo, don't do that to me.
Are we really on next Tuesday?
I think so. I don't know if you approved it or not, but I said yes.
Let me see. Did I get an email?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Get my schedule.
Oh, they're sending emails now.
Yeah, I was going to say, see it this morning.
I guess I get it first because I always say yes, and then try and figure out who's coming on.
Let's see.
All right, wait a minute. I got to get out of here. What am I doing? Why am I still streaming?
All right, go,
you
guys.
take a good one. We'll watch. Take care.
Still have a great show. I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Don't
right.
hate me. Break a leg.
I'm going to play like garbage now. Thanks.
No, you'll be fine. You'll be A-okay.
Leo, if I came within your tri-state area to play a sick gig, do you think you would muster up the energy to get out of your nice chilled pool and come hang out with me?
Of course.
That's what I thought.
Bro, I call bullshit.
He would come. He would come
Bullshit.
for sure.
Wow.
I said what I said?
This level of harassment, it's not okay.
At least it's making the market go down. So it's working.
Then keep talking shit.
All right, you got it.
I'm going to get out
All
of
right,
here.
guys.
Love you guys. Bye. Nice
care,
streaming
See
in the
you guys
chat.
later.
Thanks,
Ciao.
chat.
Take care.
What's up, Leo?
Yo.
Yo.
Where are you short from?
I'm short ES 7610. But I'm not looking for much. I'm just going for 10 points
gotcha.
here. But I really like that rejection of the 490s on NQ. I saw us starting to hit resistance on NQ, and so I decided to hop in a ES short. It's working out so far.
I've been in this trade for, it feels like a lifetime. I got back like 9 o'clock when we tested this OR mid. Took some off on this dump here. I didn't add here or anything. I actually got lucky. My stop was just above this wick. And then I took some more off down here. So I'm looking for lower with these runners.
Yeah, ES is just being super stubborn and still holding on. Really
I would like to see a new low. I mean, I'll take profit down here, I guess, in the V range level. If we can get through, this little LVN that we just bounced from.
Let's go. Pay the trader. So what time are these delivery guys supposed to be coming?
I don't know. They didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. What's up, chat? What's going on with you guys? Yeah, Mihar. I don't know what to tell you, dude. I saw the setup right before we got on stream.
Hey, man, that's the 5-minute OR mid short. It's just, it was there. I took it. I've been sitting in it way too long.
It looks like it's paying you, though.
Indeed.
Indeed, Leo is paid. Now he can afford a pool chiller.
Yep.
Wait, but I thought you had one. I thought you said you had a pool
I
chiller.
ordered one. The last time we talked about it,
okay.
I ordered one. Now they're supposed to deliver it sometime today.
Gotcha.
And I don't think my wife's home right now.
Okay. I have yet to go into my pool, and it's July 16th.
That's kind of insane.
Yeah, I would say so. I would agree with you on that. Yes. I think having a pool is... I would never get a pool again, put it that way.
Oh, I don't think I would ever have a house without a pool now.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, like you have kids that are young, so it kind of makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's good when you've got young kids, but yeah, like who am I supposed to go into the pool with?
I mean, yourself. Just jump in.
It's just like so boring.
All right, I'm going to take one
Bro.
off here. I'm just going to leave 2 on and then not break even, but a little bit in front. I just don't want to see them hold this LVN once again. It's just going to piss me off.
Yeah, I'm about to get out here too because they just wicked it 2 ticks away from my TP.
No way.
Yeah, bro, what the heck is this? Yeah, wait. This is something that would happen to me where they just reverse it from here.
Time for a new fridge. No. But But you know what? The boys sent me some meats.
Who?
Nick, Stowe, and XY.
Is that like how you guys gift each other?
I don't know, just like friendly stuff, like friendly things.
That's nice. No, that's nice. I'm just asking.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I sent Nick a brisket like 6 months ago and some other things. And
so how do you send someone a brisket from like
giving books? They buy each other fridges.
How do you send them meats from across like state?
Oh, so there's like you can just order things online and they ship it to you. Like you could just ship it to somebody's house and it's dry. It's shipped in dry ice, so it's totally frozen when it gets to you.
Dude,
that's a boy love language. Meet friends.
Yeah. Look at that bounce, dude, on ES. 2 ticks away from my TP. I'm happy I got out of that.
No, they're gonna bring it back.
They might, but I wasn't about to sit through that. That's cute though that you guys send each other brisket. Brisket.
We have the meat.
Bro.
The one thing that he sent, one of the things he sent was a tomahawk steak, which I've never cooked. So I'm pretty stoked about cooking some tomahawk steaks. This is America. You can just do things. You can literally just send your friends meat.
Every time I'm on stream with you, I have no idea what we're going to talk about, but every single time I leave enlightened. Did not know you can do that. Did not know you can ship your friends meat.
Yeah, if you want to ship me some meat, just go to
that is so crazy.
Go to Snake River Farms.
Bro.
And you can send me whatever meat you want from there.
All right.
Preferably prime Wagyu.
I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind for next March. Keep it in the back of my head.
Just sent photos of meat. Use code Leo checkout. That's crazy. We actually gave a brisket away last year. Yeah, that's right. NinjaTrader gave away a brisket on behalf of Nick last year.
That's crazy.
You want some meats? Does the NinjaTrader swag options now have brisket? That would be insane. All right, let's push. Push below this overnight low, please.
Sugar Sugar Wish. The ultimate snack box. Wow, you guys really, this is crazy. Oh, I was clicking on the wrong link. Oops. Yeah, this is wild. What is order flow and how do you read it, Leo? Oh boy.
Well, that's not really a question that can be answered in, like a minute or two.
Just try.
But I'll summarize it this way. Every transaction that happens in the markets is between two participants, and the observation of what those two participants are doing would be called order flow. And so that just means watching the activity on what's called the order book, which is also referred to as a DOM, and then the time in sales, which are transactions that have happened. And then you could use things like a footprint or like this, which is a delta profile, to gather information about what participants are doing in the given market. And that just helps give context and sometimes executional sometimes helps you pull the trigger from an execution standpoint by observing what those participants are doing. Yes, Slayer, that's correct. You get to watch they what the people in the white van are doing. All right, I'm going to take one off here at V range and just leave one for potentially a new low. Even a nice test to 300 would be cool. If we got there, that's 50 more points.
A new low would be encouraging.
It would be great. Greatly encouraging. Interesting. Thanks, Leo. You're welcome. How do you get that
Let's see if I
volume
can do a
profile
Stowe
to
impression.
I know it's coming.
Let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low would be encouraging.
Along just below the range looks interesting. I agree. How do you get that volume profile to the left of the composite profile? So I am testing the final build for the leg-to-leg profile study and the NinjaTrader smooth move study, we're calling it. Smooth move just allows you to move your chart around without having to hit the control button up and down. That I'm hoping we can get it in the same place that the freedom is in like the next 7 days. That would be my goal. I promise.
Oh, you're releasing more stuff?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Just the volume profile and delta profile like that you see here.
Yo, Leo, I heard you were open to mentorships.
No, I'm not. That's a lie.
It's what I read.
That's not true.
Everybody flood his DMs.
With the new TradingView charts and Ninja Web, does that mean we will have access to real tick data in TradingView charts finally? That's a great question. I don't actually know. What if you bring guac? Possibly. Possibly. If you pay me $400, I'll send your questions directly to Leo. That's that's crazy.
It's Northman. He may or may not reply though.
Glenn, there's no, I think that's a mistake. So they just need to correct that. I don't do mentoring. I never have, never will. So they just need to correct that. For a cleaner reading, what volume bar do you recommend for beginners? I think you should always start at the higher time frames for any bar type, just so that you're not overreacting to short time frame moves like little bounces and things like that. And then as you gain skills and develop your strategy a little more, then you can change. You could go to lower time frames.
I'm attempting a long here on the Russell.
Leo mentored me for $9.97. That's a lie. He taught me which CVs are the best. Never say never. Yeah.
Oh, Leo, you have to step up your game.
What?
So we were on yesterday with Tanya, me and Jack, and she's telling us about her bed and how her bed chills at night.
Oh, she has one of the chillers?
And then it heats up in the morning to naturally wake her up. And it records her sleeping patterns and behaviors at night. And all this other shit. She paid like $6,000, I think she said, for her bed. You got one of those?
No. I don't have it. I don't have that.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't even know that existed. All the stuff you guys talk about, I didn't know was a thing.
Well, you're learning.
I am, indeed.
That's called an 8 sleep. Tanya is very much I would consider like a biohacking expert.
What does that mean?
Like very interested in making sure that she's doing lots of things for health and wellness.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Mihar, I took my shorts off the table on ES, and I'm liking the way the Russell structure is looking. So not a bad place to attempt along here.
Just Gary, I don't think I want my bed recording my activity. Good point.
Hey, yo. Mags, you never know what you're gonna get on NT Live. You really don't. Every stream is different than the other, and the topics are pretty wild.
Life was like a box of chocolates.
Chocolates. Yeah, I don't know about that. Simple. I lead a pretty simple life. Out of like everything all of you guys have mentioned about having, I think the one thing I would want would be Tanya's toilet. You got one of those fancy toilets?
Yeah, we already talked about that.
Yeah, I want one of those. That's probably like the only thing
You
that.
can just get it on Amazon. It's just like an attachment to your existing toilet.
No, I want the actual thing.
No, that's what I'm guarantee you that's what she has.
I don't think so. I don't know what it's called. I forget off the top of my head, but pretty sure she has a whole thing. What's the attachment you're talking about? What do I look up?
It replaces your current like lid, and then it has all the things.
It
like
comes with like the buttons and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Mine has a remote control. It's a bidet attachment. Yeah.
No. We're not talking about a bidet though. Like this thing opens up and closes for her, and it's heated.
Oh.
And dries and does all that stuff. It flushes for you.
Damn.
Yeah. It's one of those really fancy ones.
That's
I have a bidet, guys. We're not talking about a bidet.
Okay.
There are levels to bidets. Yeah, maybe.
There are levels to this, apparently.
Oh yes, Toto. Yeah. I hope I said that right.
She must be bidet maxing.
Let me see. Yeah, this is the one. TO. Looks right.
Levels to the shit. Man, I think I should just close this trade.
Close it so we can pump.
With it. Been in it for an hour or an hour and a half almost.
No, that was a great trade. Chat, don't miss today at 4. There's gonna be the Nick is doing the what's it called, Leo? There you go, develop your edge. Okay, I had a brain fart. But he's doing a develop your edge segment where he's going to explain how to find A+ setups and no trade zones with volume profile. You guys should all tune into that. That's right at 4 p.m. He'll be on with Jim.
Is that today?
They'll be doing Q&A. So go watch Nick, support him, and learn something.
I am a man of the people.
Nick is teaching us how to cook a brisket. He might. Like I said, you never know what you'll get on NT Live. It's only one way to find out, though. want to see us break out of here, make the next leg up on the Russell. Is Leo getting darker and darker? It's probably his lighting. Someone's saying you look dark.
Oh, I adjusted my lighting a little bit today. I might have gone too far. Yeah, I think I'm going to cover this.
Or he's probably spending too much time by his pool.
I'm out.
Give me the
pump. Not much
pump.
time left. Dark looking. I mean, more time in the sun. Hang on. I got to take this.
Yeah, anybody long with me here? Let me see what my next target actually could be. I'll keep it at 15. I like that. It's a conservative target on the Russell. And this is where we've been selling off since last Tuesday. There's no point in me. Hold on, let me remove this. There's no point in me trying to think that we might do anything different. And we could push past this, but I'd rather play what we've been doing, which is rejecting here. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, and now potentially a 5th tap into this level and a potential 5th reject. If it doesn't reject, we can squeeze on the Russell. But I'm pretty comfortable with 15 being my target. Oh, you guys are all long. Okay, cool. You're long G. Oh, nice. Wait, what? QG.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
You're good.
We're under contract on our old house, and they're doing the inspection today. So whenever I have to just answer calls for my realtor. I can't wait to sell this old house. Man,
you guys just moved like pretty close by, right?
Yeah, it's just I'm tired of going over there for random stuff. There was a big storm like 2 weeks ago that took out my garage door opener, so I had to replace that yesterday. That was $800, and then lights, like basically four lights in the living room just died because of the power surge, so I had to replace those. Thank you, the Hans. Damn, that looks like a good short that I missed. Yeah, it is a tough market, honestly. We're definitely not getting prime value.
Yeah, not loving this candle here.
Very wiki.
Yeah. Wiki, wiki, wiki.
Wiki, wiki, wow.
Yo, they're so freaking quick. Come on, give me the pump. Guys, I won't be here tomorrow to say this, so I'll just say now. On Monday, me, Tanya, Lumi, we're doing a competition amongst ourselves. It's the Micro Showdown. Hopefully you guys can sign up and take part in that.
Can I sign
It's
up?
gonna be, yeah, of course you can. Anyone can. It's gonna be for fun. It'll be an all-day thing. We'll be on stream from 9
Is
to
it time
11.
to redo our bet?
Nah, no.
What?
Maybe when I am like more confident that my edge is present in the market for longer than 2-3 days, then we can do it. I swear, if Monday's price action is anything like yesterday or the day before, I'm gonna be so pissed. Yeah, make sure you guys sign up, guys. Think they'll put a link in chat for you guys to sign up. Who will be the MicroMaster? I don't know, but I'm happy that, what's it called? I'm happy that we have the Russell as one of the products that can be traded. Be fun. Naz says, you're crazy. Today's price action is insane. Yesterday's was great. I said yesterday and the day before. I didn't say anything about today. Yesterday was so trappy. If you managed to come out green, kudos to you. It's not price action I really love to see. And we just got Euro close.
Yesterday was nice, man. We got some good trades off.
Yeah, I definitely struggled yesterday. And took 3 manageable losses and called it quits.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like that.
Yeah. I was just on the wrong side of everything yesterday.
Definitely starting to just kind of consolidate in this little range here. So I'm not really nothing for me to do here yet. Think we might get the IB high? It's possible. I mean, they've sold it like 400 times up here. I think another test, you might get a clean break right through that. Just depends on how long you can stomach just us trading in the middle.
I've struggled all week. Today gets me flat for the week. SD, it's honestly like don't beat yourself up. It's been a tough July. July's price action has just been really tough for a lot of people. So you're definitely not alone. Just gotta keep those losses manageable, guys. JH, that's a smart thing to do. Go enjoy the rest of your day. Just gonna hold on to this trade and see what happens. So far, it's looking good.
You got long hair?
Yeah, I got long
3,000. Oh,
3002. Salma, how are you going with getting the levels ready for us to use? Still, it's live on NT. Let me see if I can pull up the link. But yeah, you guys should have the ability to download that the key levels indicator. I just need to find it. One sec. Oh, there you go. They just posted it in chat. Thanks, production. Makes my life easier. Salma, is it super smoky over by you? Yeah, it's really, really bad. Very hazy out. Sky's like yellowish orange.
because of what?
The wildfires in Canada.
Oh, I guess I didn't even know about that.
I didn't either until Tanya mentioned it yesterday, and then I think like after I got off stream, I finally looked outside. I'm like, holy shit, what is going on? And it smells really bad too.
Yeah, it's sad.
Sure is, yeah. Always in drive says you guys are great. Thank you, my friend.
Did he say you guys, or did he just say Leo, not Salma?
That's crazy because I was just about to say I'm just here to hang out with Leo, but thank God I didn't say that.
Yeah. Just kidding.
Yeah, whatevs.
I'm going to, while we're waiting for something to happen, I'm going to see if I can't download this new.
This new, you have us all on edge.
The latest NT prop pack.
What does that mean?
The leg to leg and smooth move, etc.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
The latest toilet remote control app. Don't toilet shame me. Dude, Salma, this NT add-on is legit. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hope it helps you out. No problem. Had one of my members ping me in the Discord like, why are you talking about bidets in front of 1,000 people? And sometimes I forget how many people are actually watching us. Sorry, guys, that we subject you to these topics.
I'm not sorry.
And then there's Leo.
I'm honest. Not sorry. All right, let's see. Okay. What I like about this version, is you have the session. You can turn this delta profile on and off. So you have the session profile, then the leg, current leg, And then the prior leg is here too. If you want to be able to look left on the leg to leg, you can see what happened in the past and compare it to what's happening now. It's pretty cool. So that's pretty dope. And then smooth move. Oh yeah. Perfect.
Saludos de Ecuador, OFL. I think someone here is saying to you,
can it be
hello
loaded
from
on a cash
Ecuador.
account? Yeah, of course.
Cos Perion, he says he thinks it's the same as ES, but he's not 100% sure. And the fact that he's not 100% sure makes me just not want to even include it in my indicator. But yeah, he was saying it might be 15.
What was the question?
Did I ever find out from Pax what the Russell rotations are for his 30-second opening range? He said it was 15. He said he thinks it's 15. He's not sure, so I'm just rather hold off.
Do you need like level 2 for leg to leg? No, you don't need level 2. Do you have to restart your chart for the indicator to show up? I think he's talking about yours.
That I don't know. I'm not sure. Someone in chat maybe can help, but guys, all I did was be able to put it on there on Ninja for you guys to download. I don't know anything else. B Hassan, did you have to restart your chart to add the indicator? No. Just have to go to indicators and add studies. There you go. Exposed swings. What do you mean by rotations? Matt, so Pax's strategy is marking out the high and low of the 30-second opening range. Basically the first 30 seconds of the New York session, and then he likes to look for he calls them rotations, but it's just the way that ES and NQ move. It's 15 handles on ES, it's 65 handles on NQ, and so you go from like the high of that OR and you just add 15 or 65, whichever chart you're on, and you keep adding on and on and on until however much you want, and same thing goes to the downside. So I just created it, put it into an indicator on TradingView, and it looks something like this, so you can just visually see it. Hold on. So it looks something like this. The yellow lines are just your 30-second OR high and low automatically plotted. And then it automatically starts to plot 15 points higher from the high, from the 30-second OR high, and then 15 points from that, and so on and so forth until, you just keep having 15 point targets, basically. I don't want to say targets because he doesn't necessarily use them as that, but they just get marked out every 15 points. And then same thing to the downside from the 30-second OR low, and so on and so forth. So that's what a rotation is. Okay, looks like they don't want to give me this move.
Can't wait to test the new version. How can I get you can wait about 7 days, and we're going to put this out as a plugin for NinjaTrader.
I'm going to keep holding this position.
Price is going to go right from here, 100% guaranteed. It's definitely going to go to the right. We know that.
Bro, Luke.
Yes, Jim, 100% guaranteed. Price is going to the right. Kind of want to get long here a little bit.
Come on, do it. Join me. But this is starting to look a little ugly if we break the 9 EMA on the 15th.
All right, we're going to jump in here. I do kind of prefer to get lower. I feel like there's a better entry that's just a little lower than this.
On NQ, probably like 355.
Yeah.
That would look good.
All right, they got me on the stop there. Give it another entry.
Why do bulls suck whenever I'm long? They never do what I want to see them do.
Don't speak so soon.
Please, prove me wrong. This is one of those times where I'll be happily wrong.
Just waiting for buyers to hold meaningfully here. They're trying, but they're just not crossing when we get up to the top of this little range here, like in the 70s. They kind of give up. All right, let's push now.
What's the tape showing you?
You're the tape expert.
Bro, I canceled my sub. No
so
more.
You can no longer read the tape now?
No, I can't.
Damn, it's a sad day.
Yeah, unfortunately for you guys, you're gonna have to start bothering Leo. Probably a 500 lot guy sitting somewhere. I just know it.
Yeah, 716.
Dude, I just knew it.
Sorry, 800 lots there, along with a 600 lot at 15. Kind of stacked two offers up there. All right, now we're partying.
Yeah, it looks like the market is waiting for something though. Luke says Trump tweet loading right now. Could be.
All right. All right. Trimming now. So I took 3 off. Might take another single, so I'll go down to 5 just to get a little risk off here on this push up. Is that ticks or points? Points. Nice trade. Thank you. Do you journal all your trades still? No. I journal like my day. I don't journal every trade. Nice, man, dude.
On push us.
See, you were all giving up on bulls, you know, depressing. They never show up. And I was like, don't speak so soon.
Bro, because they don't ever do what I need them to do. They're like anti-Salma.
All right. I'm going to go down to 3. Now I'm going to hold for this OR mid would be the top of today's value. And then the IB high break would be kind of the next look that I'd be, the next target I'd be looking for. Not so convinced that will happen, but if it does, I want to be part of it for sure.
Whoa, it's that time already.
What's that time already, man? Time flies when you're having fun, Salma.
I guess.
How you guys doing today?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Pretty good. Leo, you're still in a position, right?
Yes, sir.
What's your game plan? Just what we see?
Yeah, I'm taking it off up here at the OR mid one. Take some off here because it's also the developing value area on the day. And then I'll be targeting like IB high break for the rest of the position.
Got it. Makes sense. Do you ever use a timer like Jack? It's like, all right, this thing is out of time. It's not working. I'm out.
I use my timer is just the frustration of how long I've had to sit in a trade and wait for something to happen.
That's valid.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. And Salma, you're flat, right?
No, I'm long the Russell. I'm sitting in 2-point drawdown right now. Just it looks really good for a next leg up.
Yeah.
Just need to hold this 3,000 area and then, potentially get a breakout to the upside.
I got you. So same question to you. Do you have a time when it's like, all right, this trade's not working, I'm done, or
no,
let it go?
I got patience for days. I'll sit and wait hours. I will. It's true.
You do have patience for days.
As long as like the setup is still valid, then yeah, there's no reason for me to really get out.
Got it. Got it. Well, this afternoon, we do have the West Coast represented with Christian and XYZ, but also Nick representing the Midwest, Nick for a tick. Now, when the bell rings, everybody, do not leave because we have a special event, Develop Your Edge, with the one and only Nick for a tick. There he is. There's that good-looking kid. How to find A-plus setups and no trade zones. So hopefully you could be there with us from 4 to 5. We're not going to be looking for B-plus setups or A-minus setups. These are A-plus setups. So looking forward to that. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to take some questions as we go, too. So if you could make it into the chat, get it into that chat. I'll feed questions to Nick. We're going to spend an hour together. It's going to be a lot of fun. So hang tight after the close today. Oh, man. All right, you guys. Well, I don't think I'm gonna see you tomorrow.
No, unfortunately.
All right. Well, you guys both have a great weekend. Any fun plans at all other than Leo's pool?
This weekend?
Yeah.
I have family coming to town.
Yeah, I got some plans.
So you got friends, and Leo's got some peeps coming from out of town?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, you guys. Well, thank you. I appreciate you for sure being on the stream today. Great job as usual. Let's give these two a round of applause, please. You guys deserve it. All right. You guys have a nice, safe weekend. I will talk to you next week. I'm going to hop into Edge Report.
Thanks, Jim.
See Leo, it's been real. Bye.
It's been real, Salma.
Ciao. Bye-bye. We're still here.
All right. All right. Before we get to the chart, so I do want to mention, in addition to Nick, we do have Monday's micro challenge. You can still sign up for it if you want to participate. Free real-time sim account. And then we have 3 featured traders that are going to be trading live Monday. It will be Tanya, Salma, and Lumi. There we go. These 3 are going to be live in front of the screen, laying it all out. $5,000 in cash prizes for the top 20. That's going to start at Monday at 9 a.m. East Coast time when they're going to kick the stream off with these 3. So it's going to be a lot of fun. If you could make it, that'd be awesome. Look, I'm looking forward to it for sure. The last thing I wanted to remind everybody, we do have the Discord channel. If you're a Discord person, I'm going to be a Discord person for the first time in my life. We're launching this thing, and then Tuesday, the 21st at 4 p.m., special live Q&A with the one and only Anthony Crudele and AJ Campanella from Lucid. So we'll try to speak a little Italian, a little English. It's going to be awesome. Looking forward to that as well. So if you could sign up for that Discord, it's going to be fun. All right, let's take a look at the E-mini S&P here. I got a 10-minute candle chart, intraday chart. A couple of things that are cooking here that I think are super important. I have some bullet points up on the left, right? And I'm thinking about where's my sweet spot? What's the alignment? And so I have a series of bullet points I want to think about. One, what is one of the things I don't have listed on here actually is the state of the market. Remember this morning, in this morning's show, Craig Shapiro was talking about the biggest OpEx expiration this Friday, third Friday of every month. You have this options expiration. This is going to be a big one. It's going to be a doozy, which means price is kind of pinned right now, right? The dealers have this price kind of pinned right now, anticipating this expiration. That's kind of number one. Number two, I want to look at the average range today. How big is the range today? Right. So far, the range is 56.5 points, or 56.5 handles, you would say. That's only 58% of the 34-day average. And that's coming down, right? We're getting into summer months, that's coming down, but still, it's only 58%. The ATR itself, I have a 14-period ATR at 84 handles. So we have a small range day. That's the second thing. The third thing I want to look at is the volume-weighted average price. And that's that white line, right? This is the white line. This is VWAP or VWAP, depending on who you are. And we literally had a really nice VWAP touch overnight, right? We rallied up here. This is classic Brian Shannon playbook. We rallied up, we hit it, we couldn't go any further, and we sold off. This was a great signal, which means the sellers are in charge. When price is below that volume-weighted average price, they say sellers are in charge. When it's above, they say buyers are in charge. So, and we're going to get into a little bit more of this VWAP. Look what happened. It turned around. It did an abrupt turnaround right here, that 10 to 10 candle, right? We had this big benchmark candle, a big rally with continuation buying. So this was the transition between when sellers were in charge to when buyers are in charge. And yeah, it happened during the initial balance. That's okay. And then we have a confirmation candle, the next candle. So the state of who's in charge of this market changed at that point. Now, the other thing I'm looking at is the volume profile. That's this histogram bars over here. We have a point of control. This is where the most transactions have happened so far today, 7602 and a quarter. We've done more transactions there than any other place on this session. Now, we have a little bit of a volume node above it, and then another competing point of control, a big area where there's a lot of volume again, and that's, it's a little bit there's a couple of points of range there, but 76.10. So I'm thinking about that double distribution. And then, of course, the initial balance, right? We created this initial balance low. That's that first hour of trading. That's the range of the first hour of trading after when the bell rings, regular trading hours. We created that low all the way down at that high vol level, remember, and that 0 DTE put support level. And this is where gamma changes. So we stayed in a positive gamma intraday right here. We didn't close below it. That was it. That was enough. Now the top of the initial balance, we have a couple of wicks above it, but we don't have a candle that closed above it, right? We don't have a candle that closed above it. And so what I was looking at earlier, and let me expand this a little bit more. This is where the fun part starts, is we rallied, we changed status, we hit that IB high, and then we came back and we had a VWAP touch. We didn't close below it. We wicked through it a little bit, and then buyers brought us back up. Second time, wick through it, buyers brought us back up. Third time, wick through it, buyers brought us back up. Fourth time, almost close enough, but no cigar, but pretty close. And then again, the next candle, same thing. Now we're doing it again. We're testing it again. And on the upside, we have the top of the initial balance. We don't have the candle close above that. So this is price happiness right now. This is where we look for, on a small range day like we have today, all the news behind us. This is where we're looking at as our sweet spot, as I call it. So this is a nice sweet spot right now, buying down here by that VWAP, selling up here at the top of the initial balance, and it works until it doesn't, right? In this particular case, it works several times, right? Sometimes it doesn't work at all, but in this case, it does. But the state of the market was consistent with this type of behavior. We'll see what happens by the end of the day as people try to liquidate positions as they satisfy their options positions as well. But there's some of that's going to go on tomorrow as well. So the other thing that's important is that 0 DTE high vol level at 7,600 psychological level. That's another level. We get a candle closing below this, all bets are off. So forget about it. But a wick through it, not the end of the world, right? Make sure you have your stops appropriately placed. That's this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here live on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you for the chat. Thank you just for the great vibes across the board. Best traded community there is on the World Wide Web. End of story. We will see you at 2 o'clock for the afternoon show. And don't forget, Nick at 4. Thanks for being here, guys.